okay? So, yeah, that happened about like 30.
You know how everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life stuff.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We got a lot to jump into. Braves back in action tonight. We will definitely talk about whether or not Messi is going to take this to the next level. Tonight, Atlanta United getting a chance to play down there, Mike. Garth Lagerwey is going to join us, by the way, a little bit later on. We'll talk to Jason Longshore, have him set the scene for us down there. A lot of people talking about it and what it's going to mean. And listen, his first match, the way it ended was absolutely incredible. There's no doubt about it. But I'm still not a believer that this is going to move the needle enough that takes MLS to the next step. But with that said, it should be fun to watch tonight. And more importantly, Mike, we still need to get a result here. That's the most important thing.
This is not MLS standings. This is a separate thing. This is the conference play between Mexico's best teams and the teams of MLS, which is a really cool concept. It's kind of like an in-season tournament with teams from another conference, unlike what the NBA is going to be doing in December. But Messi, you're right, brother. To give you that free kick and to give you that kind of magical moment, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you dream about if you're the Inter Miami and David Beckham in that ownership group, and he provided the amazing highlight like he's supposed to because he's the best player on the planet.
All right, let's get into a real quick this Braves trade, Mike. I was out yesterday. Great time. Great shout-out. Big shout-out to all the folks at Eastlake. We had a great team. David Ashburn. We had a great time. Garrett Chapman had a unbelievable putt, which we'll talk more about. I didn't get the putt because it's one of those putts you go, he won't hit that. And then he hits it, and you go, he just made that. And it was like 45 feet. It was sick. But
nice.
The Braves make this trade, and I'm curious to know what people were thinking about this yesterday. Because, again, I was not here. And when I heard about it, Mike, I immediately went, AA working. But I'm here to say this, guys. He's not done. This isn't the end of what's going to happen between now and August 1st, Mike. I will tell you, I think he's still got maybe 2 more moves to make before the trade deadline. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think, the phrase I used yesterday, we talked about it, it's like this is like the appetizer. The main course is yet to come. And look, if Pierce Johnson can regain the form which gave the Rockies the confidence to make him the closer, then you've got a bridge guy, a setup guy to get you from 7, 8, 9, however many innings you got to cover. And that's cool while Minter is getting back together. So the other guys, I mean, who knows? Some of these dudes, Yanni Chirinos might not even be here by this time next week. And the same thing goes for Taylor Hearn. But Pierce Johnson is a guy that you can see as a piece to plug in the bullpen. And now can we find another starter? So I still think you want to find another starter. I was curious about the Adam Duvall thing.
Yeah.
But Adam Duvall is a steady hand who knows this team and always seems to contribute. Might not hit for average, Carl, but always seems to be clutch. And unfortunately, the good story, but Ozuna from the Braves is slowing down. And left field, which looked to be a nice kind of mix of guys that could play the position and or DH, maybe not as robust as we're hitting the All-Star break and beyond. So not that I thought we needed to go and get something for 1 through 9, but he's always thinking about it, right?
He had 2 power arms is how you just have to think about this. And until we get everybody back, if we get everybody back, guys, I mean, Jesse Chavez, Mike's 39 years old.
And he goes from the 15 to the 60-day DL. That was another move that came down over the weekend. So it's just all of a sudden an area, like it's not as good as the night shift. We know it's not as good as the 21 bullpen, but what you had is now all banged up. So you got to fix it.
So you get 2 power arms. And by the way, both of these guys throw hard. I think we still forget how good this pitching staff has been. The bullpen still has the major's second lowest ERA and the lowest WHIP. but the results feel like they're not happening as much or as frequently as they have. And I think that's the issue. From a statistical standpoint, the bullpen's still very good. But, Mike, I will say this. If you don't fix this, we're not going to get it done.
The other thing is, part of the reason, the bullpen is good, but I'm not saying that these guys all got banged up because they had to do extra work, but you've been taxing your bullpen all season long. Even when you're beating guys and scoring 15 runs, your starting pitching is not going deep into games, rarely. So you've got a bullpen that's been overworked, and if nothing changes, will continue to be overworked through the dog days of summer into the pennant race. So I want to get another starter, still want to get another arm, and I like the nobody really knows who Pierce Johnson is, but the dude does have velocity. You and I have been talking about it, right? We want guys with velo, and then Chris, who was the kid that got called up finally, the Cuban player who'd been injured with the Tommy John surgery? Anyway. Desbel Hernandez. Yes, you couldn't say the name either. Desbel Hernandez comes in, and he looks great, Carl. We had to wait a while for this kid. He comes in, had Tommy John surgery, was kind of crawling through their minor league system. That's a nice piece if he can contribute, but we still need more guys.
Well, and I think right now, if you're going to experiment, which is what we're doing, you better do it now. Because this is the time to figure this out. So Bell's one of those guys. The thing about Pierce Johnson, guys, you always talk about getting Josh Hader. And again, I don't even know if Hader's available. If he is,
big ask. You have to give a lot.
What's going to happen? But just from a statistical standpoint, Pierce Johnson is fourth in strikeouts per 9 innings. All right, the guys that are in that category are Spencer Strider, Craig Kimbrell, Josh Hader. He has that kind of stuff. So what you're hoping in this trade is the velocity's there, Mike, to your point. Can they keep him around the plate? Can he throw strikes? Because if he can, now you've got a hard-throwing guy coming out of the bullpen, which is something we've certainly lacked. But I just, statistically wise, you go, well, Hader's great. So is Spencer Strider. When we talk about strikeouts, Craig Kimbrell. This guy has that kind of stuff.
Right. So, again, adding pieces slowly but surely. Also, look, if there was a market for Pierce Johnson, you beat somebody to it, right? And that was a guy that, again, don't know as much about him, but he does have some velocity. And certainly, as we said, Rockies thought he could be the man, struggled, but did kind of regain form after he went to sort of a setup role, for what it's worth.
404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can hit us up. Let us know what you think, guys. Charlie Morton tonight for the Braves against the Red Sox. We still have the best record in the league. We still have a lot of best. But we've got to prepare ourselves for after the trade deadline. And that is going to be the key. And as much as I've told you, this is a special team. If this bullpen does not get fixed, we're not going to get where we need to be. And you can take that however you want. Whether it's an early exit, whether it's not winning the World Series, this to me is the key to us getting to where we need to be. We can rake our lineups as good as anybody's on any given day. This part of the team has to get fixed. And I don't know exactly how Alex is going to do that.
Yeah, and as we said, the starters, it's kind of like there's some really, really expensive starting pitching. Obviously, Ohtani would be the outlier. And then there's guys like I don't know what the Mets are going to do, and I don't think the Braves aren't going to take on those kind of salaries. But can you find the guys that we've kind of gotten into that niche the last 3 or 4 years? I know I mentioned Kevin Gausman. We talked about guys like Drew Smyly. I don't know where those guys are. I want better than what Odorizzi was, because he really was, at the end of the day, kind of meh. But can we get somebody to help the starting pitching? Because I don't know when Wright's coming back. And, Carl, if Wright doesn't come back till after Labor Day, how do you know he's going to be good enough to go in the postseason?
You don't.
And I just don't want to be in that position where last year we go into that Phillies series with technically 2.5 starting pitchers. That's not good enough.
So, Big Bo behind the glass. What year did we trade for Mark Melancon? What was that, 19? Was that 19?
It was 20.
2020? When we went out and got Melancon and those guys?
Right.
Mike, and I say that to use that as an example. They were experienced. They knew how to pitch. And these guys came in and did the job. Now, we don't win it.
It was 2019. It was 2019.
Okay, so we don't win it. But the point is, you went out and got guys that knew how to get it done. That's what we have to do. These guys we went out and got yesterday, still tinkering with these guys.
Yeah, and again, the night we talked about it. Look, Luke Jackson, after driving people crazy, really dialed it in.
He was great.
He was really dialed in 21. And obviously, nobody has been able to find anything that's remotely as good as Tyler Matzik. And he was amazing. I mean, that's one of those great, worker bee performances for all time. So that's what you're trying to find, and hopefully Alex will find it. Maybe this guy, some of these dudes we picked up, new change of address, and maybe, I don't know, Rick Kranitz can maybe unlock some potential they weren't getting going with their other teams. Who knows?
All right, guys, more to get to here on Dukes and Bell. Follow us. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Whispers running our cameras as we are live on ATL 929 The Game and 929 The Game on YouTube. That's Twitch and YouTube. We will get into does this match tonight, okay, make you more interested in watching what's going to happen down the road. And Mike asked me this earlier today. We were talking, and he said, where's this match? Where can I access this match?
Yes, I got to go to my Apple TV, which I don't have, and then there's Univision. I actually prefer Univision personally. I love listening to Spanish, even though I can speak only 5 words. But yeah, Univision, Apple TV app. This is where it's the great argument, the debate you and I had when they made the contract. Can you truly grow the sport with the younger demographics are comfortable with streaming? Guys my age are not. We have to when we're forced to, but can you build it up? And will Apple, and they're already seeing the benefits. Apple's already now paying MLS some money. It's a deal. They've already hit some of their overrides, so it is working. But you're right, Carl. Will this have the impact that Pele did with the Cosmos in the 70s or when Beckham came here? Because at the end of the day, this series is still a feeder series for Europe and other parts of the other world.
Yeah, even with the great Pele, though, it didn't move the needle where soccer became the premier thing. It was a spectacle when it came to your town, and people went to see it. But even then, like I've had soccer fans call the weekend show, Mike, and they're like, Pele, he was in our backyard and I didn't go see him.
Right.
So we'll see. We're going to get into that. When we come back, though, we got to talk about some headlines, including Bronny James and what happened today at USC. We'll tell you about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. to camp. Just saw a post from our buddy D. Orlando Ledbetter. Tight end Kyle Pitts reporting to camp. Need a big year, Kyle. Need a big year. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I'm just glad he's there and is able to start camp on time. We will be up there Thursday, Friday, and then all of next week, all the days that camp's open to the public. So if you get a chance to see any of our shows, Morning Shift, Steakhouse, Andy or Randy, make sure you holler at them, and Mike and I will be up there. And then we'll take our show over to Hooters Mall of Georgia, which we absolutely love the folks over there. You can get a nice cold Hey Man Ale. Come hang out, man. You guys know how we do. We're going to have a great time, lots of fun all next week. But starting this Thursday and Friday, we will be up there at the Mall of Georgia. So, Mike, it's here, man. We've been talking about it. Oh, can't wait to camp. Camp is here.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, and expectations, and where Falcon fans are, and when we're 3 weeks into the season. By the way, not to get off on a sour note, but I thought you get a kick out of this. Frankie and I, over the 5 hours we talked about the Falcons, I said, if the Falcons lose to the Carolina Panthers week 1, I really don't want to come to work that Monday. I'm going to tentatively schedule a knee replacement for that Monday. No, because you're going to have people going, we should have moved up for a big quarterback. All that stuff. That's what's so funny about being a radio host in Atlanta. No matter what the team is, you're always this perilously close, Carl, to things falling off one way or the other. It's the end of the world, and everybody jumps off the bandwagon.
Starting with the Saints, I always love starting with the Saints because it adds to it, like last year when we should have won. But I would tell you guys, this is as big of a starting game because of what Mike's talking about with the quarterback position and Bryce Young. They've got a new staff. Here's the deal. They shouldn't beat us. They come in here, Mike, with a rookie quarterback and a new staff and all that's going on with Carolina. It's just like, you're right, it's a gut punch. So I'm not, again, going to tell you that we need to win, but we need to win. This is like, we got to start 1-0. We got to start 1-0 against the Carolina Panthers. I'm not going to get bogged down with this. But, Mike, I feel like I do when we play the Saints early in the season, and I'm like, this is a must-win. We got to have this one. And people go, well, it's only one game. Hush your mouth. It's bigger than that.
And, again, that was one that we should have won. I mean, I know woulda, coulda, shoulda, and that's one that just, it was there. And I think Arthur Smith, the day he ends football coaching, he's going to rue the day he didn't go for it on that one because it sets the tone for the season. But I'm with you. And it's funny because this fan base, as we said, it's just, first, if you want to have something to believe in, and Carl and I, we don't get paid by the Falcons. Okay, we pay for our season tickets. We legitimately believe this. We're not trying to sit there and be hype men. Yeah, boy. We're not hyping the Falcons. We believe the moves that they've made in the offseason are going to take us somewhere we haven't been the last 5 years, and that is into the playoffs. Hopefully 10 wins. Got to be 10 wins or more. But the only thing that tempers that enthusiasm is just waiting to see how Ritter responds.
All right, more on the Falcons coming up. We got plenty to get to, but I saw the picture of Pitts. It's typical. Like, he's coming. He's like out the car. He's on his phone, know. Yeah, I'm at camp. Who you talking to, man? Get ready for camp. Let's get off the phone.
Hey, man, it's the last chance to, romance somebody because it's time to get into character.
Listen, and by the way, if you're going, man, you being hard on Pitts, I need to see something from him.
Well, see, this is the question, something we talked about yesterday when Fricky was in Carl was playing in the media tournament over at Eastlake. We'll talk more about that coming up. But, you could argue if we're going to run the football as much as we think we are, it's hard because if Bo Johnson does a great job with the fantasy show for years here on the station. We were talking about and this is where one of those where I know people don't follow fantasy football, but bear with me. It does cross over because it's hard to sort of understand how this offense is going to work as far as production and how everyone's going to get a piece of the action, how those stats are going to reflect that.
By the way, Bo's show was called Two Guys, One Fantasy. Is it going to be one guy?
Two dudes, same fantasy.
Multiple fantasies?
Yeah, it might be one dude
guy,
with multiple fantasies.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Right.
You can take that if you want it.
Realm.
Well, I mean,
I'm interested in filling in until he told me he records it like on a Sunday morning early. That's just not my thing.
Yeah,
8 o'clock.
I'm 2 hours in by then. Hey, here's the deal, though, Bo. You can take that if you want. I figured you're looking for something with fantasies in it.
Right. One dude. Lots of fantasies?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I like the old name.
And it was a great name.
Our old guy Brian is gone. Yeah. He's on to bigger and better things. But
we're probably gonna do some stuff this year still, but he's not definitely going to be on Sunday mornings.
Yeah. For those who remember, Samuel Charlie Brian Gephardt left to become the program director in Sacramento.
That town!
On the Kings flagship station. So we love the dude, but yeah, he's out there in the Bay Area and back down.
All right, man, we got plenty to get to. Turtles Behind the Glass as well. He is our executive producer. Plenty to talk to, and we will get into this messy conversation. Stay right there in less than 10 minutes. Right now, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins. Hitting the headlines Sports with Dukes and Bell.
Double A talking about Taylor Hearn. What does he bring, Double A?
Taylor Hearn is a guy that, again, is can provide length for us. Has been a starter. He has options, so we do have the roster flexibility going forward. But he'll join the team tomorrow. But again, we like the fact that he can. He's got great stuff from the left side, but also can provide length. And the fact that he has options as well just gives us a lot of roster flexibility going forward.
That is Alex Anthopoulos, our general manager. Braves against the Red Sox tonight. We're going to talk more about the game itself, but these moves happened yesterday as they're trying to bolster the bullpen. What about Pierce Johnson, Double A?
Pierce Johnson, someone we asked Colorado about, I believe, just before the All-Star break, and stayed in contact with them throughout the break, and obviously in the last, 10 days or so since the break. So we like the power arm from the right side, his ability to spin the ball, swing and miss, and we just think it'll be a good complement to our bullpen.
I do too. If they can help us, guys, again, lower your expectations. This is just a piece of the puzzle. But hopefully, Mike, these are guys that we can use and they can help us. Right. They need to help us more than they hurt us, meaning when they get their opportunities, let's not let guys on base be out of the strike zone, and blow games. Let's not do that.
I mean, that's why, there's not a lot of guys in this bullpen that you feel I'm 100% locked in, they're going to get the job done. Kirby Yates makes me want to pop a Rolaids every time he comes out of the bullpen. And in the case of Pierce Johnson, as we said, he was slated to be the closer, lost the job, but then did get better when they slotted him into a setup role with the Rockies. So he'll be a guy that'll be working the 6th, 7th, or 8th for us, and that's fine, to your point. Taylor Hearn, they just gave some cash for him. Not our money. Well, it is our money to buy tickets, but they're making some moves, but I still think there's more to come. So any Braves fan who's sitting there with their arms crossed going, harumph, and don't harumph. There's more stuff to come down the pike from Alex Anthopoulos.
All right, let's talk about this Bronny James situation. We will not speculate because we don't know exactly what happened. All we know is he suffered cardiac arrest, collapsed on the USC court, and now is in stable condition. Bronny James, obviously the son, he's the oldest son of LeBron James, is considered to be potentially a lottery pick in 2024. Now, I don't know if that happens, Mike, but This was a scary medical situation for Bronny James, LeBron James and his family. And, they have asked that, hey, great work by the USC staff and the medical folks there. But now he's in stable condition. And, guys, my guess is, Mike, they're going to run a battery of tests on him.
Yeah, and, you would think LeBron James' son would certainly have the best medical attention. But coming up, as we said, Hank Gathers, first thing I thought of was Hank Gathers or Reggie Lewis, who died practicing for the Celtics. He was age 27. Hank Gathers was 23 when he died on the court during the NCAA tournament. And in this case, thank God that they had the staff that was there and able to, perhaps save his life, learn more about it. But I was thinking about how many kids, it's unfortunate, usually every summer or off season, there seems to be a story somewhere in the Southeast or anywhere about some kid that maybe had a pre-existing condition that wasn't caught in the physical. And you don't want to see anybody, obviously. I mean, that's just beyond the pale for anybody to have to bury your kid. But in this case, LeBron, obviously, they'll have the resources to find out what exactly is up with this young man's heart.
Yeah, and again, I love the tweet from DeMar Hamlin. You guys know about DeMar and what happened with him. He says, prayers to Bronny and the James family. Here for you guys, just like you have been for me the entire process. Every situation's different, but he's 6'3". Guys, he's in incredible shape.
Dude,
he's incredible. He's in incredible shape.
Literally looks like he's carved out of wood. I mean, this dude looks like, he can do a lot of things in addition to playing hoops.
Yeah, so we just wish them the best, and hopefully they're able to figure this thing out. Mike, it did make me think about what you just said when I was growing up and going through, playing sports and stuff, and how limited the physicals were. They were so limited. You didn't see all these different doctors, and they hooked you up to all the different machines, and hey, you are good. It was cough, right? Literally cough, blood pressure. How do you feel?
That's it.
Have you been dizzy? Are you taking any medication? Okay, you're good to play.
That's it. I mean, it's rudimentary. And it's still, look, I can't speak, so I don't have any kids out there, but how many folks, whether it's middle income or whatever, my parents couldn't afford an EKG workup for me when I was playing sports. As we said, perhaps it's a 1 in a million or whatever the odds are, but they're always, I mean, yes, you wish there were better mechanisms in place for all kids that are playing sports, but in this case, as we said, if ever there's a kid that would have the resources to know what's going on with him, it would be Bronny James.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll keep an eye out and our ear to the street on more coming out of L.A. with that situation. But I'm hoping this doesn't affect him playing there, Mike, his freshman year and all the stuff that they had planned for him.
Hey, we were talking a lot about, some people were talking about trading to Boston for Jaylen Brown, and we said that's an impossibility, something that could never happen. Is Jaylen Brown one of the best players in the NBA? Because he's now the highest paid player in the NBA.
Yeah, it's skewed. The answer's no. And I know Jalen's people are here. Hey, but this is a contract that's not worthy, okay, of the talent. Jaylen Brown's a two-time All-Star. And let's be honest, y'all want me to say it? He's not even the best player on his team, okay? So the best player on his team becomes Supermax eligible next year, which means Boston may be in this position.
Right.
But I love Jaylen. He can hoop. But he's not a $300 million player, Mike. And the crazy thing is, out of all the guys, think about it. At the end of this contract, he's making $69 million a year.
And as we said, I know he's a Wheeler High School grad, and he's got a lot of family there, so we're not knocking. We're just doing look at the numbers. I mean, 20th in scoring, 35th in assists. I know there's more to the team dynamic, but if you're the Celtics, you build to a moment. And this is where, I got to be honest, it's a little bit depressing. Because if we develop let's just say for argument's sake, A.J. Griffin becomes the guy, or DeAndre Hunter finally becomes the guy. Now, we already signed a deal. But this is the reality. If you draft well and you bring a guy into your organization, and if you want to keep it together, you've got to, if you really want to make things work, you've got to spend more money than we're spending. I mean, we're let's be honest. We dumped salary and we haven't replaced John Collins. And I know that, I hope that at some point we have a guy who's worth $300 million. We've already got a guy in a max contract with Trey. But this one, it's just the optics on this when you think about the NBA. I know it's a long season, 82 games. I just think football players deserve more money than these dudes. But Jaylen has worked his butt off to get to where he is. And as you said, he's reset the market. He was the next dude up.
All right, guys. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Headlines presented by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Mike, we're going to talk more about this because I totally agree with you 100% on this. Meanwhile, let's hear from Calais Campbell, guys. What are we going to get from Calais Campbell? He is starting, believe it or not, year 16.
As you get older, you kind of appreciate the grind a lot more. So, you kind of appreciate the training camp, first day of school, being around the guys. Now it's, we're going to battle. Now it's real, mini camp, OTAs are, it's a part of the process as well, but it's not nowhere close to the same as training camp. Training camp's a different beast. I mean, you come in on a mission now, ready to go out there and, stake a claim, hey, we're coming this year, we'll be the best we can be, go out there and compete and, try to win ball games.
Like the attitude, everybody's talking about the work that he was putting in even when he didn't have to be there earlier this spring.
Yeah, it's a good point. Leadership, man. We need it, and we haven't had as much as we've needed in the last few years, despite the talent. But when you get talent, you need leadership. Let's hear from A.J. Terrell talking about being a leader. Speaking of leadership.
It's gonna be huge, really, including myself. I consider myself as a veteran in the back end, so with Calais and everybody, Grady down there in the bottom, and our linebacker level, our backers and our defense. We got veterans at each position, really, defensively speaking. And like I said, right now in camp is where we put the molding down.
I hope so. We'll be there again starting on Thursday, all shows, morning shift, steakhouse, Andy and Randy. Mike and I will be out there, and then we're going to head to Hooters Mall of Georgia. All right. If you're a soccer fan, okay, fringe or not, hardcore, I don't know what level you're at, but are you now going to get the package that allows you to see more of Messi and more MLS? Because tonight, this starts something that I think is going to energize the sport, but I don't know if it'll grow. We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. player in the world. There's no debating that. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tonight, 7 o'clock, our coverage starts. And Mike mentioned this. It's a little different from MLS, even though we're still looking for a result. But it's the first time we're getting a chance to see Messi up close and personal. He plays in Miami, guys. Inter Miami. He's already made his debut for them.
And what a debut it was.
It was crazy, Mike. I mean, like, the free kick was nuts. It would just fit into the folklore of what Messi is, right?
Right.
Do you remember that one time when people start telling stories, and now that's another one? But what about the interest level? Are you more interested in watching this particular match, or maybe matches moving forward now that he's made his debut and now that he's here in the States, Mike, and playing in MLS, which obviously I just think, from an accessibility standpoint, you've got Premier League fans all over the world. But the fact of the matter is, now that he's in your backyard, you would think the interest would go up.
Well, Messi obviously is nearing the end of his career, but obviously he still got some lead in that pencil based on what you saw him do the other night against Cruz Azul. That was amazing stuff. I mean, on strip, boom, he makes the kick and everyone loses their mind. But you could argue that the Atlanta United and the way we started did more for MLS than perhaps Messi could. And the reasoning on this, guys, is a committed owner, Arthur Blank with his pedigree, an NFL owner, in a state-of-the-art facility. Remember, guys, when we joined MLS, there were 24 teams. By 25, there'll be 30 teams. I mean, think about the growth. And some of this goes back to, how we started. Yeah, when we joined MLS, there were 22 teams. There'll be 29 by the end of next year. So I think a lot of people saw what we did and said, hey, we can do that. Inter Miami was one of those. We've seen it expand all over the country. But the problem is, Carl, people and the perception. Are we simply a feeder system where, guys, if you develop a player, whether he comes in from your backyard in Alpharetta or you bring him up from the barrios of Buenos Aires, you've only got him for 2 or 3 years, and then he's off to Europe. So how, as a fan, do I stay engaged with that? That's the problem I have.
Well, here's, for me, the other issue with this. If you are to buy this package now for Messi, you're going to invest, and he's around, let's just say he plays 2 years. When he leaves, who's next? What keeps you? Right. See, the beauty of the NFL is that as stars leave, we're still attracted to the teams we followed, and more importantly, the young stars that are coming up. We never feel like there's this fall off. Peyton Manning retired. We were like, okay, we knew what was next. Tom Brady's gone. Guess what? I'm still interested in Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and all these other guys. The point is, guys, you bring him in for this short period of time, and yes, you will see buzz. But what is the long-term viability, Mike, when he's gone? And so if you say, I'm going to pay the 100 and I don't want to, misquote, but $70 or whatever it is for the rest of the season to get these games or matches. Okay, so what happens then, again, when he is done? And you go, well, I'm not interested in the MLS. That doesn't help the sport.
Yeah, and just trying to get people to stick with it. And we've obviously got a huge fan base here in Atlanta, although I got to be honest, attendance has, even though it's still listed as sellouts, I see less people, at Mercedes-Benz, and some of that is because the team hasn't been as good. 2017 to 19, we're the gold standard in MLS. Remember, Alexi Lawless called this a super club.
Yep.
And so it's just, we've got to try to catch that back. Garth Lagerwey is trying to kind of refit at sea, as it were, make moves on the fly. We'll see what else happens, here. But you see it around the league. This will be a shot in the arm. It gets interested. But to your point, is it sustained? Now, I know it's apples to oranges. 1999, the U.S. women's team, Mia Hammond Company, they win the World Cup.
They were great.
I've been through 2 Atlanta beats. 2 women's soccer teams have come through this in the last 20 years. And I remember the first one that played down over by Morris Brown. It was a really electric vibe. But even though the women were on the top of the world and we've got more recognizable women than men at the time, the league folded. Yeah. And so how do you build it? How do you sustain it?
Yeah, I just remember Chastain taking off her top. That's what I remember. Honestly, one of those memorable moments.
Right, it's true.
It is Dukes and Bell. Tonight, just so you know, this is being billed, okay, as Messi versus Atlanta United. Not Inter Miami, all right? Right. It's Messi versus Atlanta United. The crazy thing is, Mike, this will be the 115th different club opponent of his career, but this is going to be his first from the United States.
Yeah, and it's pretty amazing when you think, and they've added some other pieces. Sergio Busquets, they've added a bunch of dudes. This team was dead last in the standings. They've got Tata. We know what Tata's all about. And you got Joseph. And Joseph seems like he's been reinvigorated. So they got a lot of nice little things going on down there. The only thing they don't have is a stadium. They're playing in that erector set that's temporary and it's kind of an insult. And they had to. I'm surprised they couldn't find a better way to liaison with the Hard Rock and put some of these games. I know they've tried. There's a lot of conflicts as well. But I mean, with Messi, you could get 65,000 a night in there to watch this dude at Hard Rock. But again, for the time being, until they get the facility built down by the airport, that's where they're at.
What do you guys think? Where are you at? Because everybody keeps telling me, this is great for soccer. It's going to take soccer to the next level.
Where will it be in 5 years?
Same place.
Exactly.
More growth. Don't get me wrong. You'll be in more cities. But when I say the same place, soccer fans don't get upset. It's not overtaking the NFL. It's not overtaking MLB. It's not overtaking NBA. And as frustrated as we are about load management and all the things, the NBA playoff numbers are off the charts. So that is, it's not, I just from a pecking order standpoint, Mike, I would love to see this sport grow to the point, and we've always had this debate, and I've had it for 25 more plus years. Soccer's going to become the number one sport in the world, Dukes, in the United States. It's already number one sport in the world. It hasn't happened. And why is what we continue to talk about. When we have our best player in the world from the United States not even playing here in Christian Pulisic.
Right.
That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and that's why, as we said, what happened in 7, especially 18, you and I loved it. Everybody was there. It was a magical time. And nobody cared about what the rest of the world thought about MLS. We were a champion. It felt big. It was great. You know what I mean? And if you could get that back here, we'll get more people engaged and all that. Winning is the thing which obviously will drive the bus. But you're right. Is the Messi bounce going to sustain it and get it to the point where 32 is the magic number? They want more TV contracts. But I just don't think, at least you could argue, just like when you want to watch the Braves, there's a big game, and all of a sudden you find out it's on Apple. I mean, yes, I get it, folks. And I apologize if I'm just an idiot and I don't understand how to get this to work on my television, but a lot of us don't want to make the extra step, and I understand it. Anybody under the age of 34 can do this. Some people, as they get older, struggle with it. And anytime you take me out of my routine in an effort to get me with a carrot and the stick to buy something, I push back on that. And I have not bought the Apple package, to your point.
I know how to do it. I've got all the streaming services, okay? I just don't want to. It's a conscious choice on what I'm going to purchase, and more importantly, what streaming services that I'm going to be involved in. And I've said this to you, Mike. I've already got too much stuff, right? The other day I got a notice from, Paramount. And I think the reason why I got Paramount, all right, just telling you guys a story, is because I think Yellowstone or whatever went to Paramount, okay? At one point it was on Peacock. Then it was on Paramount. And I went, I got to watch my Yellowstone. It's on Paramount. And so I bought the service, and now I'm like, and they sent me a notice saying, your service will be going up $2 moving forward. And it's every little $2 here and there. That Spotify, $2 more, okay? Netflix, $2 more. And I'm just saying, at some point, you make a choice as a consumer to say, I'm not doing all this. I'm gonna have 2 streaming services. I can't do the Apple stuff or whatever. And I choose Disney. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff.
Right.
But that I'm making a choice. If this was over the air, free, Mike, and I could turn it on tonight and have it, and am I watching it? Yes. But when you make me choose, now you are, as a sports fan, you're making me choose and being obligated to other things that I want to be obligated to.
Yeah, I mean, look, and as you guys know, we're not trying to sit here and cry poverty. It's just to me, it's the principle of it. I don't want YouTube TV. I don't need YouTube TV, and I'm not going to get the Sunday ticket. So I'm going to miss out on the Red Zone Sunday ticket. Now, eventually, maybe at some point, there's a big game, which I'm not going to get, and that's when they break you down. Because one thing for certain, MLS and every other sport is looking up, NBA, MLB is looking up at the NFL. The NFL is our drug, right? Got to have it. It's a passion. But even there, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to, I'm not cutting the cord, but I am going to draw the line in the sand, as it were, because I'm with you. And Apple, the point we're getting to is it's just another a la carte thing for a lot of people. And again, we can afford it. A lot of people can't afford it either.
RJ hits us up. He says, put him up, see Dukes. Even when Messi retires from MLS, he's still going to be involved with the league. I don't care. You watch the Cowboys because of the Cowboys. You don't watch the Cowboys because Jerry owns the Cowboys. Okay? If you're telling me he's going to be involved in ownership, that's great. But it still doesn't speak to the product. Okay?
Right.
So I get it. He's going to make a lot of money still being here and being involved with the MLS. That's fine and dandy. That doesn't mean I'm investing $100 or $200 or $250 to watch a team that Messi owns. I want the product to be good. Every week I watch the NFL, I'm watching because the product is good. I tell you guys this. All these stories we're talking about will go away in 3 weeks. You know why? Because the games will start to matter.
Correct.
It won't matter about anything else. Gambling, who cares? Games. And when the games are entertaining and they're fun and all the things that we expect as a fan, that's what I'm there for. I don't care about the ownership. I never watch a Giants game and go, I'm here because the Giants are owned by the Maher family.
Right.
I don't do that.
I wasn't tuned in to watch David Beckham's Inter Miami, right? Yeah, I mean, you're right. And I do think that, look, if this is part of the business model, and look, now they're making this deal, they're starting to make some money on. So MLS is turning to profit. Garth Lagerwey was going to join us a little bit later. We'll ask him about the MLS package and Apple and how are they getting the return on their investment. And the room and the rumors are, yes, they are. But I'm at that same position you're in. First things first, I want my team here at the local level to be really great.
Be great.
And I would be a lot more into Atlanta United if we're back to being the Atlanta United I grew up with. You like that?
I do like that.
Those days, Carl, back when I was 47. No, I just want my old United back, and hopefully Garth's going to get us there. But again, it's amazing with Messi here. But here's the problem. Messi doesn't play on field turf. So unless some accommodations are made, and I don't think that's possible.
So you're saying he's going to miss games?
He's not going to play at Mercedes. We'll ask Garth about that as well, because Garth was quoted in the Yahoo Sports article that came out last week. Messi is one of many European international soccer stars who do not play on field turf for fear of injury.
Jeff says, Dukes and Bell, MLS needs a better TV deal. Streaming is great. Why be only on one platform? I'm guessing Apple paid an exclusive price to have them. That's why.
There's a couple on Fox, right?
FS1.
FS1, yeah.
So Jeff says all leagues could do this, but stream on Amazon, stream other places. He's saying, and make it more accessible instead of all the people who just, now I've got to go get Apple. But that's why they paid the money they did, because they want you to come and exclusively grab their content.
Remember, guys, Wild Card Week, Saturday NBC. You don't have Peacock. You're not watching Wild Card playoffs.
Don't remind me of this.
I mean, which is complete crap. The most loyal fans in the world, the NFL just sticks it right in the, well, you get the idea, over this because they, as I said, it's their drug. It's our drug. We have to have it. But to put a playoff game on a premium channel, that's the biggest bunch of crap I've ever heard of.
Now, Carl, let me ask you this.
Yeah, man.
What if they cut the price in half? What if it was $50 instead of $100?
I'd do it.
Okay, so then it's a price point issue, not a product issue.
Yes, only because, and here's this is where we differ, because all the stuff that Mike and I are saying, you might think we're soccer haters, and we're not. I don't know what else we can tell you guys. We were in on this from day one. We were literally doing a show. Mike turns to me, this was live on air, and Mike goes, dude, you want to go in on these Atlanta United tickets? They hadn't played a match. We weren't even sure who was going to be on the team.
That was before we even went to the compound.
Correct.
Remember with the logo?
Okay. And we start talking about this, and we threw it around, and we had some fun with it, and people were like, you guys are silly and stupid. You guys you're going to buy tickets to this thing? And then what happened? So we've been down since day one, and the team knows it. But the fact is, it is a price point thing, Turtle. Because if you give it to me at a reasonable price, it gives me a chance to at least get vested. I'm not paying that if I'm a fringe fan just knowing that I'm going to be in and out. The hardcores are going to pay it.
Right.
But you don't need those people, Mike, to be successful. You need the guy that's going, well, I'm kind of interested, but, man, this price tag is kind of high.
Yeah, and I just think building your sport, I mean, the traditional was a combination of over-the-air. Streaming's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Everybody's built. Everyone's business model is on the premium channels. We just referred to Peacock and NBC. The NFL will rake you over the coals and put more of their product on pay per play. Look, if you don't have ESPN, if you've cut the cord, you have a hard time watching the NFL. You could argue.
All right, coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way. He says the hype train is real. Who are we talking about as NFL camps get underway? We're going to tell you when we return on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Appreciate all the input. We're just having a conversation, and it's one of those things. Guy just hit me up. He said $80 for the season pass. We're talking about MLS, the MLS pass on Apple. Messi, Inter Miami taking on Atlanta United. He says $80, Mike, for the season pass this year. It's already been worth it. You are a hardcore fan. You're willing to pay whatever they were going to ask because you wanted to see what the product was going to be. You're that compelled. Does it compel someone else who may not be as enthusiastic about it to pay the money? And that is what we're talking about here, guys. Again, I expect you, all right, and Mike and I, we love it, to be a part of this. I don't like the price point, to Chris's point earlier, but I'm wondering the average guy who says, well, let me see what this messy thing's all about. Is he going to pay $180?
Yeah, I just think the casual fan, that's, and again, that's always the crazy phrase. Like, the hardcore guy goes, screw the casual fan. He's a loser. You know what I mean? It's like, like the guy that watched the Super Bowl for the halftime show. Who is that guy? And so, by the way, one thing we pride ourselves on the station, we don't want to give misinformation. I'm looking for information because I said, the Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV. A person hit me up on Twitter and said, oh, no, you don't have to get YouTube TV. Well, I just Googled, how do I get Sunday Ticket?
Yeah.
And I'm looking right now at the website, and my choices are $299 or $339.
Yeah, wasn't that the new prices points we talked about?
Sunday Ticket and YouTube, Sunday Ticket, Red Zone and YouTube. I don't see anything where I just get Sunday Ticket. Okay,
it does stand alone. You do get like a $50 or $100 discount if you're already a subscriber to YouTube TV,
which I'm not.
Got you.
Okay. Which I'm not.
So YouTube is trying to gain.
It's about $400. If you're not a subscriber, it's gonna be about $400.
So YouTube's trying to gain more viewers, basically. Okay, got you.
But this is, as we said, TV viewing habits are changing. People, the phrase "cut the cord" is a thing, and I get that. Look, real quick, full disclosure: when we talk, sometimes I've got no problem watching Sun. I'm amazed how many people have such a problem, Carl, with Bally's. They can't find Bally Sports South. I assume because I've got it on DirecTV that everybody else has it.
Right.
And apparently not everybody else in our audience does have it.
Quick reminder, guys, 92.9 The Game, Michelob Ultra, Jason Longshore celebrating the 2023 Tour Championship. This is Friday, July 28th. It's going to be from 4 until 6. Grapes and Grains on Peachtree Road in Chamblee. Win tickets to the 2023 Tour Championship, passes to the Michelob Ultra Athletic Club, exclusive experience with covered seating overlooking the 13th green and 14th tee box. I was out there yesterday. They're getting it ready. It looks amazing already, but they're about to cut this thing over the next few weeks and get it really ready for the PGA. Right. Sponsored by Michelob Ultra. Must be 21 plus, and please drink responsibly.
How rough was the rough?
It was rough, but you know this. I mean, they said they're going to let it grow. Like for I don't know. A guy told me, one of the groundskeepers. And by the way, a lot of folks out there listening to the show.
Yeah, man.
All right. So big shout out to everybody at East Lake. Thank you, guys. Chefs in the kitchen. Yes, chef. Also, guys, the valet guys that were parking cars, a lot of guys. But, Mike, they told me they're going to let that thing grow, the rough, for a few more weeks, and then they'll start to trim it up and do what they do to it. Because I don't know how they do all this stuff. It's magic, though. Like, when you go back out there, the course is completely different than what we saw yesterday. And then for those of you who don't know, and this was out there today, East Lake is going to close after this year for 1 year. And they're tearing up the entire course.
What?
And redoing it. So after this tournament next month, it's at the end of next month, and we're going to be out there hanging out and having a good time with our folks from Tito's and everywhere. But, Mike, they're tearing up the course, and so it'll be closed for at least a year. Massive renovations at East Lake. And they were like one area, and I can't tell you unless you've actually been there, but we're walking down the fairway, and they're like, yeah, those trees will be gone. They're going to move the water up. They're kind of giving me a visual.
Oh, wow.
And it sounds like a lot of these holes not only will be extended, but even more difficult to maneuver.
And hey, guys, I know that for folks who've never been, it's arguably one of the most intimate settings because it's just a blessing. You get out there on Thursday and Friday. It's unbelievable. Saturday and Sunday is also its own thing. But the entertainment, the hospitality, that Tito's tent we've been lucky enough to be in the last couple of years. What a great time it's going to be.
All right, guys, more to get to here. Garth Lagerway is going to join us. Turtle, you just put a poll up? Dukes and Bell 929?
That I did.
All right. And what are we asking our people, man?
What's up with that?
Yeah, pretty simple. Does Messi coming to MLS make you more interested to buy the season pass on Apple TV? Yes, time to see the GOAT. No, don't want to pay. Would pay if cheaper, and would pay if on Bally.
Okay. Fair enough. Go vote. Let us know what you think. Tonight is one of those opportunities that taking on Atlanta United. Garth Lagerway is on the way. President of Atlanta United. Yeah, man, no man also on the way. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Well, somebody just got their bag. Cowboys signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs. 5 years. $97 million, becomes one of the highest paid corners in the NFL.
That boy good.
He is, man. Max value $104 million. He's been a Pro Bowler. He's been an All-Pro. And now he's staying in Dallas. You know, his brother, the other Diggs. What a family. I mean, it's like the Kelseys, man. These guys are getting paid. But, Mike, you got to take care of your people. I only bring this up to tell you guys, we got to do the same with AJ. This is what we got to do. You don't let good corners walk out the door. So when you say, well, how much is it going to cost? This is about what it's going to cost.
He's going to get paid, and so now you know where your template, to Carl's point, is, your baseline for what Terrell's deal is going to look like, and hopefully Terrell bounces back. Now, I still don't understand what was some of the rough patches last season for a guy that we've expected to be like Pro Bowl caliber. Some people say Barkley buckled the deal with the Giants. What do you make of the number? Look at the numbers. He agreed to a one-year deal. Instead of playing on the $10.91 million deal, he's got that $2 million upfront signing bonus. It comes out to about $11 million, but they got to make the playoffs. 1,300 rushing, 65 receptions, a part of the incentive package. What do you think of his tactics?
So, help me understand this. I'm talking to everybody in the room. They can still franchise tag him next year.
That's the one thing I thought you'd have to put it in there. I'll do you a solid, but don't make this punitive the following year. He can get right. He's right back to square one after this season. They've still got the rights to nail him with the franchise tag.
All right, so that's the part that if you don't hear anything else, understand they don't go to the playoffs. He doesn't get all this extra incentive money. Yes, he got $2 million basically up front. That's a thank you for being, hey, we're negotiating. We love you. That's all that is. And then next year we get back to this, and they don't make the playoffs, Mike. He's a year older, and they can franchise tag him again if they felt like he was worthy enough. And I got to say this too, Mike. All these numbers that they laid out for the incentives, they are all career high type numbers.
Yeah, that's when I saw that. I saw this today, and I was like, wow, that's. I mean, you bet. Look, he's bet. The thing is, if this was a deal he could walk away from, yes, betting on yourself that somebody else will come up. All it does is further illustrate why Tony Pollard and he and every other running back is so frustrated right now with where their market and their value is, because this is the best deal he could get. It really seems like, I would never advocate what Le'Veon Bell did. All he did at the end of the day was lose more money, because at least back then running backs were still getting paid with big signing bonuses. But this is just a tough spot to be in. I know that next up it will be, what we get to with Bijan. That's 5 years down the road. Maybe the market brings itself back where running backs get the valuation back up. Who knows? All I know is don't worry about it, Falcon fans. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Speaking of contracts, Justin Jefferson, best wide receiver in football right now? Right? Number one?
Well, yeah, him or Adams, yeah.
Saying that contract talks are ongoing. There was a report up in the Minneapolis paper saying that could be done before the season begins. So maybe that's part of the reason why they moved on from Dalvin, putting their eggs in the Jefferson bucket or basket.
Real quick, I want to go back to this Saquon thing. Allegedly, Mike, he turned down 12, maybe even 13 per. We don't know how long the deal was. And that is why a lot of people are scrutinizing him, saying, okay, so you took 11? When you could have had, allegedly, the Giants, 12 or 13. We don't know if that was 2 years, 3 years. We don't know what the deal was. But that is part of why people say, why would you sign this deal? Well, I just want to go back to that, because it wasn't like they didn't offer.
But, when you heard the running, I don't know anybody out there, unless you're a complete nitwit, that don't understand the value of running backs in the NFL. Yeah, these guys have been marginalized. Joe Mixon took a 50% pay cut to stay with the Bengals. So you basically even said, you're like perishable. Screw you. We'll get somebody else. Like Doritos. We'll make more. But, I still think a guy like Dalvin Cook, if you think a guy of Dalvin Cook's caliber grows on trees, I don't know what football you've been watching. That dude's money. Somebody's going to get this guy. And I guess all NFL owners now or GMs are going to wait and wait and wait. And I presume that then Dalvin Cook will get picked up for a hell of a lot less than what he thought he was going to get.
There's a lot of running backs out there. Leonard Fournette. There's a lot of backs out there. Hey, Brock Purdy, Mike, cleared for camp. That means his job.
And there was talk that he wouldn't be ready by Labor Day, because it was there was a lot of confusion because baseball is different than football throwing motion, but Tom House would tell you it's the same thing. Was it a Tommy John? Was it URL, ULR, TM? I don't know. TMZ, whatever he had done, he's throwing the football.
TLC?
Yeah, TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls either. But anyway, he's going to be starting, and that means that Trey Lance, you, sir, are expendable.
What do you trade him to? You just hold on to Trey Lance. You moved to the 3rd overall pick to get him.
I love John Lynch. I think he's doing a great job, but that still makes no sense. Zero. As much sense as going to get Jordan Love did for the Packers.
So they also have Sam Darnold. Thank you, Turtle. I think Sam Darnold's better. For what it's worth. He played well with Carolina last year. I mean, they did the Baker Mayfield experiment, and then Sam Darnold jumped in there. Brock Purdy being cleared for camp, he's the guy. He's their number one.
Hey, man, you're enjoying Quarterbacks. I'm just about 3 episodes behind, but Quarterbacks on Netflix was a big hit. They've got season 2, and after we got to see Marcus Quitter, Mariota, Patrick Mahomes, and Kirk Cousins, they were putting together their stable for this next season. One guy that will not be involved, he was asked, said thanks, but no thanks, Justin Fields. So wherever you felt Justin ranked, we talked about it was kind of like the baby bear, the mama bear, and the papa bear as far as the pecking order of quarterbacks. I'd love to see Fields because the hometown kid, but for what it's worth, Justin saying just having cameras around the building, I think that might change the vibe of everyone. I just want to keep it natural and organic and really just focus on what's going on in the building. So good for him.
It's a good move. Did you hear Peyton's selling point to Patrick Mahomes? How he got him to do the show? He said, and Patrick Mahomes said, obviously, I got to go talk to Big Red, which is Andy Reid. But Peyton said, you're going to get to a point in your career where you want to show your kids what you did and what you went through. And at their age right now, they don't have a sense of that. And obviously, Peyton's speaking from experience. Tom Brady's going through. That's why I think he played so long. He wanted his kids to have an opportunity to experience it. And so he said, I was telling him that's something you're going to want to look back on and have for your kids. And he sold him on it. And Mahomes was like, you're right. So he did the show.
Good job, Peyton.
And I think Justin is making the right decision here, Mike. Get established.
Right.
Then do it. I mean, you're not established. And even with Marcus Mariota, guys, he was the 2nd overall pick in the draft, Mike, when they drafted him. I think these guys get established and then do it. I have no issues with Justin saying no.
Right.
Because if he screws things up this year and they don't play well or he doesn't play, it's all going to be about the quarterback thing.
Correct. So I think in the case of Fields, as much as I'd like to see that, yeah, I understand that. Young guy adding more pressure to him. The Jets, as we said, not going to be like Hard Knocks argues. You know what? Everything's a ripoff, Carl. We're not getting the stuff we want. For everything from Peacock to NFL Sunday Ticket, even Hard Knocks is going to suck. I don't even see guys getting cut anymore. What's the world coming to?
All right, we're coming back. We're going to talk to Garth Lagerwey. There are reports out there. We're going to try to confirm them, Mike, that Caleb Huntley is going to be let go here before the start of training camp. Remember, he tore his Achilles.
He's going to be on the PUP list to start the season, right?
Well, yeah, was put on the PUP list prior to the start of training camp. But if they're waiving him, that means he's done.
Yep.
We'll confirm. We need to confirm this, but that news coming out of Flowery Branch. All right, Garth Lagerwey's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Lots going on around the NFL. We've got deals happening. We've also got reports that the Falcons are moving on from Caleb Huntley. We'll talk more about that. We got to say good afternoon to Garth Lagerwey, president of Atlanta United. Garth, you excited about tonight, man?
I think so. I hear we're playing somebody who's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about this whole, Messi effect. I don't know what the phrase is, right? But whatever it is, after his first match and the way that match ended with the free kick, it was very symbolic of what we've come to expect from him. And I think there is a buzz, obviously, that's going around. What are you hearing? What's the talk around soccer and from the other execs? Tell us from that angle.
Look, I mean, this is, it's happened before in the sense of David Beckham signing or Pelé signing with the NSL before that. But, it's a once every 20-year event or thereabouts so far in terms of the history of soccer in this country. And I think everybody kind of sat back and marveled at how that first game ended. You couldn't write a movie any better than that. And, as somebody who played myself, like the quality of that free kick was literally world class. I mean, it was unsavable from a goalkeeping perspective. And, obviously tonight we got to get out there and try to limit the number of chances he gets. But I think, particularly if Messi were to start tonight, we'll get a better sense of how Miami is going to play with Messi. And I think that's the kind of the next piece of the puzzle, so to speak.
I know that the dude obviously is one of the greatest to ever dress out. And we were talking earlier, Garth, about the long-term effects. First off, like the Apple TV deal, I know for younger demos, streaming is the way of the future, and there's no problem with that. For old farts like us, it's a pain in the neck. Are you guys seeing the return on the investment with the partnership with Apple?
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of subscriptions potentially sold in connection with Messi. I mean, it's always hard to track, trigger cause and effect on that kind of stuff, but definitely some positive anecdotal information in that regard. I mean, certainly from our fans, they're following along and paying attention. And look, what Apple provides, if you're an Atlanta United fan, is this is a one-stop shop. So you have your one subscription and you can watch anything related to MLS, anything related to Messi, anything related to Atlanta United. And given the loyal fan base that we've built up over the last couple of years, I think we got a lot of people here that are going to be pretty excited to watch tonight. 7:30 kick on Apple on MLS Season Pass.
Garth Lagerwey, our guest, guys. You can listen right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game as well. I want to ask you about the rumor that's out there that Atlanta has emerged as a front runner for the U.S. Soccer headquarters. What do you know?
You know what? We don't know anything. That is a question for U.S. Soccer. That is an internal U.S. Soccer process. And look, I've talked to you guys about, hey, we would love to host them. If hypothetically that were to come true one day, that's still true. But ultimately, all of that process, that comes down to U.S. Soccer and kind of how they want to approach it. And we'll wait to follow their lead.
All right, man. What's going on with the team? Yorgos, I know we seem to talk to you about him every time he's here. When the guy's on the pitch, he's amazing. So is he healthy right now? How are you feeling about some of the moves and where this team is going?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very likely Yorgos is going to start tonight. We're pretty good record when Almada and Yorgos start together. I think it's 5-0-4, something like that. It might be 5-1-4. I think we're at our best with those two together. They combine really, really well. We signed Gigi with the idea that he would be a good complement to Thiago. Mayumba, the first player we signed in the summer window, he'll be eligible. I don't think he'll start from the get-go tonight, but he'll be there as part of the mix. And we'll be interested to see how he does. But we basically have a healthy squad. So we have all our guys available. 1 week left. 1 week from today that the transfer window, the trade deadline comes for us. And so we're working extremely hard in the front office right now to see if we can pull a couple more things off here in the last week before the deadline.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that. I mean, do you feel any pressure there? How do you feel about the club right now? I know you're trying to work some things, but do you feel any pressure to make something happen by the deadline? Meaning, if nothing happens, you're going to be okay with it?
Look, we want to make some stuff happen. We pledged that we were going to try to move the team forward, and I think we have in the sense that we've continued our process to clear salary cap dead space out of our salary cap. If we were able to move Araujo in this window, we got a pretty good deal on that. We were able to move out Marcelino Moreno who had been on loan in Brazil. And, we were able to, through trades to free up some more cap space. So long term, that was probably the most important thing that we could do. But certainly in terms of the last 10 games of the regular season, we want to put the best possible team on the field. We're in a playoff spot right now. We intend to remain there. And I think everything we do now is going to be additive. So you've added Mayumba. Hopefully you can add one, maybe even two more in the next week. We'll see. But I think we also got to be disciplined and not throw off the long-term plan by reaching or getting desperate or doing anything that doesn't make sense from a value perspective. But certainly our hope and our expectation is to add at least another player before it closes this window.
You just tuning in, guys. It is the boss, Garth Lagerwey, President and CEO of Atlanta United, with us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. Anytime we have Gonzalo Pineda on, he's really honest and frank. He doesn't shy away from the tough questions. Are you happy with the job he's doing and the results and where we are? Or some of it is because of combination of injuries or just a few lapses here and there with turnovers? And is this team where you thought it would be at this stage of the season?
Look, we set out the goal at the beginning of the season. We were open about that. We want a top four finish. But we got to play the season out, right? I think we're 3 points out of fourth place right now. So we got to play the season. We got to see where we land, and we can make all those assessments at the end of the season, not just of Gonzalo, but of everything. My first season in charge here, going through all our processes, we're reevaluating some of our youth development stuff, our twos team, our first team. The whole thing has really got to get aligned and continue to steadily improve. And so we're a work in progress, I'd say, across all aspects of the organization, and we'll make those assessments after the season.
Garth, is it what you expected? I mean, you came from Seattle, right? You guys had great success there. You knew what Atlanta United had done here. But like with any job, right? You interview and it's like, oh, it sounds great. And then you get in the job and you realize, oh, there's some things that need to be done. Is it what you expected?
What I would say is my enthusiasm for the potential here is undimmed. This is the best place for me. This is the best club in Major League Soccer. It has the best potential across all aspects of the franchise, from an infrastructure facility standpoint, from a resource standpoint, from a talent standpoint, in terms of the community, in terms of our ability to build a fan base, in terms of how diverse it is. I think we have just tremendous opportunities on both business side and soccer side. Have there been some challenges, some bumps in the first season? Yeah. I think it's important when you come in as a new leader to understand that you're not going to know where all those bumps are going to come from. They're going to come in any job. I've done this, once before, going from Salt Lake to Seattle. And you got to spend that first year learning and listening and observing. And then, as I said, at the end of that first year, then you make some judgments and you make some decisions and you move forward.
Garth, I know this is a tough question, so I'll give you a second to get your answer together. Can Messi play at Mercedes-Benz when Inter Miami comes up here?
Of course he can. I'm certainly not stopping him.
But it does go back to some international players have a beef or whatever with the field turf. So I know obviously you'll have a huge crowd anticipation. I'm not trying to throw a cold towel, wet towel, and a cold wet towel on it. But people obviously a little nervous that he might not show because of the field turf, and that's his predisposition against it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's pro sports, right? I mean, NBA, we talk about load management, and, in the NFL, we try to keep everybody healthy, but we can't. And, in every sport, I don't see any world in which, Messi's going to be able to play every game. I hope so, because I like watching him play too. But we don't control that, and I think we got to be careful about that. We're not selling a Messi game; we're selling an Atlanta United game, and our opponent in September will be Miami, and look, there could be a playoff spot in the line, probably will be. So I think there's a lot at stake in that game. I think it's a really exciting Atlanta United game, and if Messi plays, he plays. But I can't. We got enough to focus on with our team without worrying about what's happening with the other team. And look, the one anecdote that I'll share too is, obviously, I think we got a leg up on this one in the sense that Tata Martino, obviously very successful coach for Atlanta United, very familiar with our building and the playing surface. And, I have to imagine he's going to say good things.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Let's hope so. I mean, I think you have this big attraction. You'd like to see him in our building, but, again, like you said, it's not our deal, and we can only worry about what we can control. Well, good luck tonight. It's going to be exciting to see how this plays out, and we'll certainly be watching and checking it out. Thank you so much, Garth.
Thanks for having me, guys. Should be a good night tonight.
Absolutely. Garth Lagerwey, guys, president of Atlanta United. Mike, he said his passion for the job is still there. He's talking about, but then he said all the resources, all the things that make Atlanta United great owner, okay, on Arthur Blank. They're not afraid to do what's necessary to win. And that's what he's telling us, okay?
Right.
Well, we're not some of the smaller market clubs where the ownership may just be like, hey, this is a sidebar. This is nice. We got a soccer team. We're still trying to win. He just is trying to get his hold on what needs to be done and then what's the best way to go about it. And that's why I think he said, Mike, I think they're going to try to make some moves here before the window closes. I really do.
Yeah, and look, it's one thing for sure that Arthur has always given the resources to whoever's in charge, whether it's Darren Eales, Carlos has been here the whole time. But, it's just we want to just get back to it. And we say it every week, right? Get back to that United that seemed to win a lot more than they lost. It seemed to look. This team is certainly all year long putting goals in the net. Unfortunately, giving up goals, sloppy turnovers. We talked about some of the moves. Some fans didn't like some of the moves that were made, but I think ultimately, moving on for some of those pieces, they're trying to get better guys. And so there's always fan favorites. They made look. I like the Araujo decision. It just didn't work out. Let's get him off the roster. Save some money.
Does Messi coming to MLS make you more interested in buying the season pass on Apple TV? It's our poll question at Dukes and Bell 929. Go to Twitter, check it out. You can vote there. Yes, time to see the GOAT. Nope, don't want to pay. Would pay if it was cheaper. Would pay if it was on Bally. You can go vote, guys. A lot of people have already said, nope, not doing it. And that's what's crazy. You got the best player of his generation, arguably of all time, and people are like, nope, not paying to see it. That's where we're at.
Yeah, and I know that if this was a different era, because we talk about Pele. Give you an idea. Talk about TV. Why didn't NASL get more traction there? I remember watching in New York. Carl, it was on the Mizlu television network. How many guys ever heard of the Mizlu television network?
Didn't know where it was.
Sign of hands.
Yeah.
Nobody. Okay. So it's one thing if this thing was on ABC, there was a deal with ESPN, but that day is come and gone. And so now it's FSN, only piecemeal. You got to get Apple.
Coming up, you're going to hear from Drake London, also A.J. Terrell talking about camp getting started. We're going to come back, though. We got some Yeah Man, No Man on the way. Lots of NFL news, guys, as guys report to camp. Deals getting done, including Saquon agreeing to a new deal with the Giants. It's only 1 year. And we mentioned Trayvon Diggs, $97 million with the Cowboys, 5-year extension. He's only 24.
Right.
So, turn 29, Mike, he might turn around and get another big deal.
And that's like 1/4 of what Jaylen Brown made.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's Dukes and Bell. yesterday, got a chance to play Eastlake, Mike. And the crazy thing about this is, you do all that walking. There are no carts, for those of you who don't know. Caddies. They do an amazing job. And when you get finished, you're exhausted. And then the caddy's like, yeah, you know how far you just walked? And I'm like, no, but I might need a cart to get back to the clubhouse.
Last time you and I played was about the same time last year, and literally we were about to drop dead. And that's why when you think about golfers not being athletes, please. Especially, remember the old Casey Martin controversy years ago?
We were talking about that yesterday.
It was a guy that had a degenerative bone condition and couldn't walk, and walking the course is part of it. That's why when you see Tiger with all the things he's done to his body, and you just realize that's part of it. That's part of getting the round in. It's 4 of those rounds.
It is, man. But he said you just walk 7 miles. Up and down and back and forth through that. And it doesn't seem like that because, again, you're just out there. But he's like, it's 7 miles. And that's why these caddies, man, when they...
8 miles with a slice.
It's right, it's true. But you're not chasing your ball. They go get it for you. But I will say this. The guys usually do, because I said, how many rounds do you guys do? Because, if you're in good shape, these guys, and I said, you do 2 or 3 of these a day? There's no way. And they were like, nope, usually 1, maybe twice on the weekend. But think about that. That's incredible, man. So big shout out to those guys out there. Again, Eastlake Tour Championship coming up next month. We'll be out there. And Mike, you said it. As far as the 4 days, that's 1 round.
Right.
4 days of that. The mental fortitude it takes to get to that point where you're going to continue to make the putts, hit the shots. Day 1 is easy.
Right.
Day 3 and 4, that's a different deal. And that's why these tournaments, that's why LIV was never going to be what the PGA was.
I mean, those are guys in their prime. Meanwhile, Senior Tour, those guys play three rounds. Anyway, plenty more on that in Guy Talk. I want to get your take on the British Open next hour. But first, Turtle Time.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
What's going on, Turtle?
Well, first of all, Carl, I need you to complete the trifecta here.
What's that, bro?
Because yesterday, Mike and I gave our review of Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And I know you saw it this weekend as well. Now,
Barbenheimer,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah. Now, Mike, he can obviously speak for himself, but I think would give the film around an A.
Yeah, I loved it.
And I was more of like a B minus, just because of the length, the pacing, and if you're going to have a movie that's that long with that much dialogue, it's just a little tough, but I still really enjoyed it. What say you?
I'm with you, Turtle. My wife and I, we both turned to each other, and she was not as into it as I would. Like, it's just, it's my thing, not her thing, but she went, and we both turned to each other and we said, they could have cut it. It didn't have to be as long. But for me, just from an entertainment standpoint, right, they had to wrap the story up. Like, if you didn't know the story, if you didn't know the background and the history of it, they had to put that all in the end, and it kind of linked in the film. But I'm with you. It was great. I love Christopher Nolan. I love how he goes through this process of getting, these characters involved, and then you follow them through the movie. And again, it had a sense of time, Mike, like most of his movies do. But yeah, I loved it, but I am not giving it an A only because I think it could have been shorter.
Yeah, and I told Turtle, not to repeat myself from yesterday, I read that book, American Prometheus. It's a really dense book. That's about as heavy a biography to get through as the recent one about Winston Churchill, or if you read the John Adams. I mean, it's big. And just the fact they could get that down to 3 hours as the source material, I was blown away. I was kind of hoping, I got to be honest, I didn't want to see it in the theater because I know the average attention span of people. And for the most part, I was blown away. There were a lot of young college kids. Everybody kept their traps shut. No phones going off. I was pretty amazed for 3 hours.
Yeah, and ours was full too. It's been sold out. I mean, you can find a seat here and there, but I think we went on 2 weeks before to get tickets, and even then it was sold out. So, yeah, all these, they were all filled up, Mike. And to your point, it's quiet. Nobody ruined the movie. Did people applaud afterwards?
Yeah, there was folks watching the credits, clapping. Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah,
especially when you got the nitwits watching Barbie right down the hallway. Although, needless to say, Barbie has doubled the I guess the opening weekend with about 150 million. Girl. Yeah, and I've got some stories coming up. A guy talking about fights breaking out at the Barbie Barbie movies.
All I'll say, Mike, and I think you'll agree, lowest common All right.
Well,
so,
I will say this though: it was cute to see the girls at
Everyone dressed in pink,
all dressed up. Some of our close friends, they did the whole 2-movie, Barbieheimer, and they dressed up. Adult women dressed up, so they made it fun, right? I don't know how good the movie is, but they made it fun. Yeah.
No, but I mean,
we put this on loop one year for my daughter's birthday.
People were digging it, and they're liking the movie. And, and again, like anything else in today's world, if there's something about it you don't like, people are getting upset about that. But it's kicking butt in the theaters, man. It's just breaking records.
And guys, just a heads up for you two. Head on a swivel when you get out tonight. Colony Square. There are a lot of lovely ladies going to see the Barbie movie right here at the movie theater in Colony Square.
Oh, you know what? I forget we have one right
That's
here.
right.
It's
a fancy one, too.
But is
the one where you get
tonight
food.
yoga night or is that tomorrow night?
That is Wednesday, Mike.
Yeah.
Good eye.
Turtle, you wouldn't know what day that is.
By the way, and Bo Johnson, our engineer, he leaves early. But if you don't understand, when we get off work on Wednesdays, you've got 150 women in yoga pants and dudes too, all out there in like the main area here at Colony Square doing yoga.
At 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
6 to 7 every Wednesday.
They're done by the time we get
So
Now,
wrapping up
in
and
the
ready
old-
for a beer when y'all get done.
In the old days, before they built this tower right next to us, northbound here on Peachtree, Carl used to be able to look out our window.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Terry one time says, "Why does Mike have binoculars in the studio?"
Which was weird. It was weird.
Yeah. Anyway, back to you, Chris.
So there was a very casual drop on the Brian Windhorst podcast about an Atlanta Hawk that has been talked about, but not heavily talked about, and is reported, according to him, to be available. Take a listen.
There are so many centers in the league right now that if you have a guy like Jared Allen, who's really good, and you want to turn him into something else, it's very hard to get equal value for him.
Right.
Which is where it comes back to. If you're the Cavs, you really need Evan Mobley to take this step forward, so you don't have to try to do that and then sacrifice and get 60, 70% of the talent level of Jared Allen to balance out your roster, right? That's why, I just
especially with
I think he's going to be so
Capella's
important.
on the block right now as well, right? And hey, Mavericks would love to have that kind of a starting center, but
yes, Yusef Nurkic is on the block. Clint Capella is on the block.
So I guess they're looking to move Clint Capella.
Yeah. I can hear Steve Coonan. That's fake news, false narrative, schlock journalism.
He would say that.
Don't believe it.
He would say that.
But I think we've heard before the season even ended that Capella was going to be on the trading block this offseason, with the hope that we might bring in someone more athletic and even better. No, we're just going to dump salary potentially. Hope I'm wrong.
So if they do move him, are
If
you
you
okay?
do,
Are you
if
okay?
you do.
Are you okay with Onyeka Okongwu being the 5?
It's time to shine, right?
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot more upside to Okongwu. And at the end of the day, 3-4 years from now, what does Onyeka look like? He looks like potentially a guy that should be one of the best bigs in the league. But I'm fine with it. I don't know. I don't even want to say I'm disappointed because I'm trying to give Landry Fields, hi Landry, a way to impress us here before the start of the season. So I'm giving him time before we get to camp and all that. Time's running out. Like, what are we doing? Like, I mean, we're going to run the same team out there that was 500 last year, and you want me to get excited about it?
Well, Carl, we're going to have a paradigm shift. We're going to get our heads together, do a deep dive, and then we're going to try to empower the players that are on our roster. And hopefully we'll think outside the box and develop more synergy.
On that note, we are actually going to take a break a little early here because when we get back, Georgia Tech fans, Coach Brent Key scheduled to join us. How about that? A little word from the coach.
Rick from Georgia Tech, a hell of an engineer. I love Brent. Good man. Good man, Brent Key.
ACC Media Day is going on. Stay right there, Georgia Tech. Call your friends. Tell them Coach Key's coming on. We'll be right back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're awaiting Coach Brent Key to dial us up, and he will. Georgia Tech head football coach. ACC Media Days going on. And we'll talk with Coach Key coming up. Couple of stories we're following, guys. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Bronny James, LeBron James's oldest son, out of ICU following cardiac arrest while practicing at USC. He is now in stable condition, no longer in ICU. The James family has asked for privacy, to respect their privacy. But as more information comes out, again, we do not know what caused this or what happened. But at the end of the day, scary incident there with Bronny James, Mike.
As you mentioned, not going to speculate, but immediately, folks, you begin to wonder if there is, in fact, a pre-existing condition that wasn't caught. Because, as we said earlier, I think anybody of a certain age, you think of a couple of guys. You think of Reggie Lewis at Brandeis practicing for the Celtics when he had a heart attack and dropped dead right there. Or the late Hank Gathers, playing for Loyola Marymount, which, just out of the blue. And just real quick, while we're waiting on Coach Key, you and I were talking about it. The idea of that, the very rudimentary high school physical for any sport, right?
Yep.
As you said, turning cough. If parents, I don't know how expensive it is to run an EKG or get that going, but for parents to know what your kid is doing, because unfortunately there's somewhere every fall or summer, it seems like there's some kid in his first football practice who had some kind of pre-existing condition that wasn't caught.
We just never thought about this stuff.
Right.
Back when we were growing up or playing, and again, it's just not like it's the 1920s. The fact is, you had to get a physical to play, but I just don't know if we thought about all this preconditioned stuff that we think about now. Meanwhile, Cowboys and star cornerback Trayvon Diggs finalizing a 5-year extension worth $97 million, $21 million signing bonus. So he's a 2-time Pro Bowler, All-Pro in 2021, 17 interceptions in 3 seasons for the Cowboys. So they lock up their corner there. And also, Mike mentioned this, and we're going to get back into this because he's a local boy. He's a local guy, man. And Jaylen Brown from Wheeler High School, just think about this. If you went to school with Jaylen, he now is the highest paid player in NBA history.
He's the highest paid basketball player on the planet.
Okay. 5 years, $304 million Supermax contract extension with the Celtics. He's still up there allegedly. He might be home now, but we were talking about the fact that, even Joker, who's been a 2-time MVP and now an NBA champion, he's getting 276, Mike. He's not getting 304.
Yeah, I know the market resets, and anytime you've got somebody who's important, but as you pointed out, he's not even the best player. And I know I went to Wheeler. We're not dogging. We're not hating. We're facting. He's not even the best player on his own team. That would be Jason Tatum. So, it's just, I get it. I just think football players deserve more money because they put their bodies on the line. I know it's a long grind of a season, and Jalen's worked his butt off to get to this point, and he's earned his cheddar. But sometimes it's almost like it becomes like the unreality. And look, I'm for everybody in this world making $1. You get what you can. But sometimes you just feel like the sports world is a little skewed, and the guys in the NFL should be making the most loot.
I think the problem with the NBA specifically, and this is not a Hawks problem, I want to be clear as we are about to talk to Brent Key, the image and perception of load management has hurt the league. And so when guys get these kind of contracts and you say, okay, great, well, how much is he going to play? Is he showing up every night? And I'm not debating Jaylen wants to play, but that's what happens, Mike, when these guys sign these kind of deals and you say, well, wait a minute. These guys don't even play all the time.
Well, that's just, and this is not even like a get off my lawn take. I think it's just common sense. You're going to play 4 extra games this year, and you're going to incentivize guys making this money, $100,000 a man to play in this in-season tournament? You got to be kidding me. Okay, look, this is sports talk. We deal in the unreality of the NBA and the NFL and all this, and MLB. But for my money, it's just NFL players, they put their bodies on the line, the life expectancy, everything. And they make more money than the NBA as far as the revenue and everything else, and the TV ratings reflect that. To me, it's just something's not right with that. But hey, congratulations, Jaylen Brown, life-changing loot.
All right, guys, more to get to. Brock Purdy also cleared and ready to go, which means the 49ers' number 1 quarterback, QB1, is going to be ready to start camp. We're also counting down to Falcons training camp. We're going to be out there Thursday, Friday, and then all of next week, again, the morning shift, Steakhouse, Andy and Randy at Falcons training camp. If you see them, say hello. They'd love to get a chance to meet you. We're going to be out there as well, and then we'll do our show from Hooters Mall of Georgia. Now, last year we posted up at the Hooters at Mall of Georgia, and boy, did we have a good time. We had a great time every single day. People coming out, hanging out with us, having an ice cold Hey Man Ale or whatever your beverage was. But it was a lot of fun. Food's good. Service is great. So we're going to be out there not only this Thursday, Friday, but all of next week.
That's right, big boy. So again, when you want to get an ice cold Hey Man, it's going to be on tap. We've got such a bunch of great friends up there and dudes that we've come to know. We've got everybody. I'm just thinking, I'm closing my eyes, not if you're driving, but if you've been up there, we got the dude from Alabama. He'll be arguing with people at the bar.
Yeah.
Then we've got the dude that works for Delta.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, you guys want some tequila? And then we got all usual suspects. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys out there, especially if you hadn't seen us up in that neck of the woods. We're gonna be you got 7 opportunities to hang out with Dukes and Bell, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and then you've got the hot chicks at the bar.
That's correct.
No, I'm being serious.
It's true. It's a Hooters. For crying out loud.
It
It's
is.
gonna be a
I'm
blast.
just telling you.
Hey, and by the way, Fricky yesterday, he was filling in. You were playing golf at Eastlake. We were talking about the perceptions and trying to get people on board with this. And I just think, look, whatever you wanted to do in the draft, whatever you thought, this team is going to be really good. I hate the fact that sometimes I feel like I've got to try to convince some people to get on board with this. The proof will be in the pudding soon enough. But if you're going up to Flowery Branch, I think you're going to be impressed by the size of this team, the physicality. Some of the things we saw at Mercedes-Benz, that just to the naked eye look different than it seems we've seen the last 3 or 4 years.
Coming up, you'll hear from Drake London, also A.J. Terrell, Calais Campbell talking about starting his 16th year. It's all on the way in about an hour during our Falcon Report. While we're waiting on Coach Key, and we will get a chance to talk to him, we just heard he's wrapping up an interview, and he'll be joining us here in just a few minutes. Mike, the Dogs, look, the rich get richer. And signing Justin Williams is a big deal. He's a kid from Conroe, Texas. That's right outside of Houston. The program there that he played for, I know the coach well. He's the number 1 linebacker prospect in 2024. And, Mike, he had Georgia and Oregon on his mind. And part of that, you guys have to remember, Dan Lanning started this process when he was at Georgia. Then he takes the Oregon job. He's still talking to these kids. But Justin felt like the best place for him to thrive is to go there. So we're going to talk more about that because that's a big deal and another, a big recruit for the Dogs. But let's talk to a guy that we really enjoy, and we are wishing him nothing but the best of luck. And Coach Key, it's good to have you back on Dukes and Bell. I know it's been a busy day. Hell, you might be tired of talking by the time you come on with us. I don't know. How are things there at ACC Media Days?
Yeah, they're good, man. I'm never tired of talking about Georgia Tech. It's been a good day. Good time to be up here. It means the season's close. Practices, right around the corner and ready to get it kicked off.
Brent, we were talking about this a few weeks ago. It just everything I'm reading from all the different source material says you're really kicking butt and your staff on the 2024 class. How you feel about it?
We can always be better. I mean, I'll say that. We got a long way to go. I mean, the nature of the beast is to recruit people to improve your roster, and that's what we're working on doing. And the thing I think we're doing a good job of, though, is the evaluation, and that's one of the things that you look back at the time with Coach Saban that he harped on so much, and you learn so much from there, is the evaluation aspect of the recruiting process, and it never really stops. I mean, it starts when they're young, and it continues the whole time. It continues through their senior year, and it's the evaluation of how they are as a player, then how they are as a person, and then how they are. Do they fit Georgia Tech? That's a big part of it. So the constant evaluation, I think the staff's doing a heck of a job with.
Coach, talk to us about quarterback. I mean, Zach obviously played for you. Haynes King, the transfer. What's the situation at quarterback? What did you learn in spring ball about these guys, and what do you think moving into the season, what this might look like?
Yeah, we're not in a position right now at all to name who the guy's going to be. But and the beauty of it is we've got 3 guys on the roster that have college football experience, and we ain't had that in a long time, and to have that makes you feel a little bit more at ease going into a season. That you have guys that have taken snaps and with live rush coming at them and had to do those things. So the cool thing is the team has such a respect for those guys, and there's not, hey, we got to hurry up and name a starter so that the team can rally behind that guy. It's not that. That's not the case. There's such a respect in the team because of their toughness and their leadership and the ability to lead, that that's not really one of the things that factors into the decision right now on the timeline. So we want to see who goes out and performs and can sustain, can move the team. up and down the field, then, at the end of the day, who can put the ball in the end zone, who can lead the team and score points. And that's what we have to do. And then once that time comes, we'll be ready to, decide who goes out there first against Louisville.
Former Tech star, now it's Tech head coach Brent Key with us here, guys, on the WadeFord.com hotline from ACC Media Days up there in Charlotte. I know that some guys bemoan the transfer portal. I think, Coach, looking at all these names and some big-time programs, how much is that going to give you that boost to get in the transfer portal and the guys you added this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the game now. It's part of it. It's no different than free agency coming to the NFL, and that's the exact way I look at it. Is you can there's models in the NFL where teams strictly go through the draft and aid with the free agency, and then there's teams that build a team quickly with a high cap number and all through free agency and win the Super Bowl, and then it tears down quickly. Well, we're looking to build a foundation for long term, so we're going to recruit high school kids. We're going to develop high school kids, right? But at the same time, we have the ability now because of the rule changes to utilize the portal. So we're going to take guys that can fit in and can elevate our roster. You're always trying to elevate the roster, and then you have guys you might need to plug and play in places. So it's going to be a combination of both that we'll use to build out our roster year in, year out.
Brent Key, coach of Georgia Tech, here with us on Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coach, I know you believe in running the football because that's how you came up, and you still need to run the ball in college football. I mean, everybody wants to throw it around, but there is a time and place you still need to establish the run. What's the backfield look like? What do your backs look like this year?
Yeah, we've got some depth there. Trey Cooley transferred in from Louisville. Dante Smith seems like he's been here for 8 years now at Georgia Tech, and just finally it's going to be Tay's time to get the ball. He sat behind some good backs in the past. You got some young guys that have come in or be able to give us some down. I mean, Evan Dickens, who we brought in, and Jamie Felix, and we moved Jamal Haynes from receiver to kind of an all-purpose back. So we've got guys back there, and is it going to be a one horse show? No, not at all. I mean, it's going to be there's going to be three guys that are getting touches, and I'm not worried about who gets the most touches. I'm worried about who's the most productive when they get the ball and can hold on to it. Because I'll tell you one, the only thing that will keep a guy off the field is if they can't hold on to the football. So I'll be darned if we're going to go out and turn the ball over because of lack of discipline.
And how much have you been involved with Buster Faulkner, the new OC, as far as establishing the game plan as an offensive lineman?
Yeah, there's so many other things that come into it, being a head coach, and we all got into this thing because we love football and we love the X's and O's, and you love the grind of the week of preparation, and it's changed somewhat though. Now it's the overall picture. It's bringing the analytics into the game, and it's the kicking game, and how you're going to call the game. Situational, so that takes up so much time during the season or during the week of game week. And I'd love to be sitting in there and talking O-line stuff. But I jump in there with them. I try to spend time on all sides of football to know what's going on, to be able to tie everything together, help tie everything together. I'm going to jump in there and have conversations in the run game. I'll have a part of the game plan on offense, a small part, just to be able to probably keep me busy and keep me out of other people's hair. I think but I'll tell them, hey, y'all can use it or not until something else doesn't work, then you'll have to use it. But it's fun to still be able to be involved with those guys a little bit, but at the same time, I'm the head football coach. I'm not the line coach. The DBs and the receivers and the D linemen, they've got the same mutual respect and the same time for me as the offensive line does.
Yeah, coach is saying let people do their jobs is what he's saying, and that's
do your job.
Do your job. That's what you got to do, Coach. We know your makeup. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We know your toughness. What's been your biggest challenge in changing the culture to your culture since you've taken over?
Just consistency. I think becoming consistent with what we're asking guys to do. It's easy to do. It's easy, when somebody tells you to do something, to be all excited about it. It's easy to do it when the conditions are right. When there's not taxing times on your body or on your mind. It's the tough times, and that's what we've created in the weight room this summer. AJ and his staff have done a great job in the offseason program of putting the guys in uncomfortable situations, because I want them to come. I want these things to bubble and come to a head now. I want those things to happen now. I don't want it to be in the fourth quarter of the Louisville game that all of a sudden we have adversity for the first time. And so putting those guys in uncomfortable situations now, really to develop that mental toughness, leading into the season. Because if you're mentally tough, you're going to be physically tough.
And again, for guys who don't know, it is the Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic game at Mercedes-Benz, 7:30, Louisville taking on Tech. And then after you get SC State, you got to go to Ole Miss. So, I mean, for a team that's coming together, that's pretty interesting, man. Two of those three ain't easy, Brent.
None of them are easy. None of them are. Are you kidding me? Hey, at the end of the year, when your record says what it does, there's not a highlighted color on one of them that says, "Oh, well, this was this team. This was this team." They're all hard. It's hard to win. We only got 12 chances. We're only guaranteed 12 chances to do it. I don't care who it is, what it is. Our focus and determination's got to be set on one thing, and that's accomplishing our goal.
Coach, I know a lot of talk. Commissioner Jim Phillips says, listen, the strength of the league is in good shape. Did you get asked that today? Is anybody asking about the strength of the league and what the ACC overall, the commitment to this league, and we're seeing all this change around college football? I just want to get your thoughts there.
I've actually not been asked the question. I think probably because people know my passion for the ACC. They know I came up in the ACC.
Yeah.
They know. I mean, they know what I believe in this league. The footprint truly is within the geography is truly the footprint of the conference. From Miami to Boston. It's an exciting brand of football. There's good coaches in this league. There's a lot of things that aren't talked about in this league that could be highlighted more. I mean, look what Mike Elko has done at Duke. Look what Dave Clawson's done at Wake Forest over the last 5 years. I mean, those are things that if you look back 10 years ago, no one would have thought could have taken place. And to be able to highlight those things and highlight the things that have happened within the league, I think that's especially look what Dino's done at Syracuse. I mean, how he's put together a competitive team to go out and play. It's just Jeff coming now to Louisville and the success he's had in the past. At different stops. So there's an exciting brand of football in this league. So I have no concerns about the future. And if I spent time worrying about all that kind of stuff that I can't control, I wouldn't have time left in the day. So all I can do is focus on making Georgia Tech the best football team that it can possibly be in Atlanta and making sure we get our job done.
Well, Brent, we're all behind you, brother. We're really excited. I think for so many Tech fans and friends of ours that are Tech alum, excited because of your connection to Tech, getting the program, knowing what it takes to make things happen on the flats. Looking forward to this year, man. I know it's going to be a grind, man, but we're behind you.
I'm fired up for it. I appreciate you guys. When we're not on the air, I mean, I've told some Mike Bell stories, from days past, and it's been some fun times in the past, and we look to continue those moving forward, man.
That's what it's about, Coach. Go get them. And again, we're looking forward to the season. Thank you so much for the time today.
Appreciate you guys. Go Jackets.
There he is.
Yeah, man. And, it's as we said, it's not a knock on Paul Johnson because, Paul Johnson, remember, be careful what you wish for. The Jeff Collins thing came in, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, but then at the end of the day, no substance. To me, a guy who's got a connection to O'Leary, where at least you know what you're getting. You're going to be consistently good. You win 9 or 10 games. I mean, to me, to do that on the flats every year, I think he can do it because I think he gets it. And recruiting, Carl, that's, as you know, with Kirby and everybody else, he's getting recruiting really cooking right now.
All right, guys, we got some Falcon information about somebody that's not going to be on the team. And why did they place this guy on the non-football injured list? We'll tell you about it when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Big shout out to Coach Key, Brent Key from Georgia Tech. ACC Media Day is going on. He just stopped by the show. And seriously, real quick, we just got to say this. And we got some Falcon news we got to get to. Coming up, Guy Talk on the way. We need all these teams to win, okay? We say this all the time, and I hope you guys hear me when I say this. For years, right, when I got here, it was like we need Georgia to win. Everybody clamored for Georgia to win. Georgia's winning. Every team that has success only helps this community. It only helps Atlanta, guys. And when Mike and I say, because I just got a guy say, so are you all Georgia fans or Georgia Tech fans? I'm a fan of all of our teams to be successful, okay? So when it comes to Brent Key and taking over, and Mike, we were just talking about this off air, being a former player under the regime in which he came under, okay, that had success, I think he's got the formula. Now, have things changed in college football? Yes. Right. But fundamentally, it's still about getting the right kids, coaching them up, and playing mistake-free football on Saturday. None of that has changed, Mike.
Right, and it's one of those conversations you and I had. I was talking about this with John Fricke yesterday when he was filling in for you. You know, Georgia Tech can get back into being in that top 25, and they've got to stay there. Paul Johnson, for like it or not, for many years, that was the best that Tech could do, which was every 4 or 5 years, they might win 10 games and go to a big bowl game. But I just think as a fan, I expect more than that. I can't accept that once every 5 years my team has a chance to do something. I mean, I get it. The landscape of college football is changing. The rich have gotten richer. But getting back to your point, I knew it. I've known Brent. I mean, look, Randy Mack played with Kirby. I drank beer with Brent, okay, back in the day in Buckhead. But Brent's a good dude. And to Carl's point, rising tide raises all the ships. We want everybody to be competitive. I mean, yes, I guess, is it fun for Georgia fans to go in there and beat Tech's brains out and take over Bobby Dodd?
Yeah.
When I got here, George O'Leary had his stuff more together than Jim Donnan. It was reversal, and then Mark Richt obviously, changed things around. We just want everybody to be competitive. We want Georgia State to do well.
Exactly.
They're in a tough spot, too, because of the college haves and have-nots as well. So, look, for a Georgia fan, slow your roll. Brent's a good dude. We love Kirby, love Brent. Want to see these guys. It's more fun when everybody is viable in this town.
All right. Needed to be said. All right. With that, there are 3 things going on with the Falcons that you need to be aware of. One, Caleb Huntley, Mike, running back, failed physical designation. So the Falcons are waiving him. They waived him today. We thought Caleb Huntley might be given a chance to come back and all the things. Sometimes things just don't work out, and we wish him nothing but the best. Kid ran hard. I love what he tried to do for us when he was healthy. Second thing is that they re-signed Nicole Pruitt, the tight end.
Okay.
He had 4 touchdowns for us last year, and Chris Turtle just told me he was tied for the lead for touchdowns last year on this football team. So they bring him back. Again, another big tight end. And then the last thing is, and I don't want you to be concerned about this when I say this, the Falcons have placed defensive tackle Calais Campbell on the non-football injured list. Now, doesn't mean anything, and I just want to tell you guys, they can activate him at any time. Mm-hmm. But the way I want you to think about this, all right, and this is coming from me, he's been in the league 16 years. He doesn't need all the extra work.
Yeah.
Okay? He will be activated when it's necessary. He will play. He will practice. He spoke to the media today.
That's not the PUP list.
No, it's completely different. So when you see this and you go, non-football injury list, yeah, he's fine. And if they needed him tomorrow, they could activate him and he'd be back out there. The point is, this is nothing to worry about, even though this is a designation that they have to put in with the league.
Right. And it's something you and I talked about when we signed the guy. You get 1 year with Calais Campbell. We were saying, will he give you 25 snaps? I mean, we're trying to do the over-under on just how many defensive plays he's going to be on the field helping out Grady. Like, if he's out there for 10 plays, it's still better than anything Grady's had next to him the last 4 seasons.
It's true.
So, but I understand why some fans go, oh, here we go. No, that's different. Caleb Huntley, hypothetically, you could argue down the road if things don't improve, that'd be one of those injury settlements where you see a guy get a fraction of his contract and then he has a chance to maybe hook up somewhere else.
All right, so those are the things that are going on with the Falcons today. Again, as camp starts to get going here, and, even though it's helmets and shells, as we talked about, shorts, these first few days, they're building on what they've already started and installed, by the way. So it's not like they're just running around and nothing going on. And then as we get to next week, Mike, there'll be designated days for pads and all of that stuff. You guys know this. They don't pad up every day. The NFL, CBA doesn't allow that. It's changed. But all of these open practices for you to go check out, hopefully one of those days is going to be a day where you get a chance to see some of that stuff. And we always look forward to it because I tell you, I don't care who you draft. Right. So you put the pads on, I need to see your physicality. I don't care. I love Matt Bergeron. I think he's going to be a dude. I need to see him pancake somebody on the defensive line before I'm starting to buy in and go, all right, that's the dude I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at, guys. You know, Bergeron, I know that maybe not a household name, but everything that was written about it, that's all you can go by. You can look at the video, look at the videotape, and look at the scouting reports and look at the different evaluations pre-draft that say this dude has got attitude, he's a mauler, but he did project in the NFL to be a tackle that would shift to guard, which is fine. And I like that because he's got size. And that side of that line, we talked about it yesterday, that side of the line was a constant source of trouble for whoever was under center last year. And it has kind of been that way the last couple of years. So hopefully he'll come in and be the dude. I thought you and I we looked at each other when we talked to Chris Lindstrom, talked to Jake Matthews. They kind of got, I'm not going to say they were sitting there, they had a gleam in their eye, but their attitude changed when we asked them to help. What does Bergeron look like?
Yeah, no, listen, I think here's the deal. This is what I know. Guys in the locker room know who can play. When you have had limited time with somebody like this, all right, because really the vets only saw these guys at mandatory minicamp, Mike. They weren't at rookie camp. So you get a small sense of things about whether a guy can play. They know. They know. When they go home, they tell their wives, he can't play, okay? That's what happens. They know. And so when we asked about Bergeron, it was just like, we think he's going to be really good, but we got to wait and see. Because they don't want to get us all excited about we might have found our left guard, because that has been a turnstile the last few years, that position.
Yeah, and now we got some depth, too. So now if, heaven forbid, whether he wins the job or there's a week where maybe he's banged up, Matt Hennessy would take over. But, Dahlman has been really good. Lindstrom obviously is, Pro Bowl caliber and is the highest paid guard in the NFL. And we've talked about the other side. I mean, like, what you got with Lindstrom. Could you like a little bit better pass blocking, perhaps? But they've got the continuity. So if Bergeron plugs in, we always go back to the 16th Super Bowl season. A couple of those guys were not Pro Bowlers. Actually, the whole line was not Pro Bowl, but it was good. Yeah. They worked. You know what? Do you work well with others?
That's the key.
Those guys were great together.
Well, and like now, right? Ian Rappaport is reporting. The Texans play Sheldon Rankins on the injury designation, and when you see that, Calais Campbell's name pops up, but he's not injured. So this is what I'm saying. You see that, but I'm telling you, he's fine. Everything is good. So Falcon fans don't freak out. Although I will say this, the Bills have placed Von Miller on the active list.
Right.
Remember, he got hurt last year. A lot of people think they would have went to the Super Bowl if they had Von Miller.
Yeah.
He's back.
They needed him in that Miami game. They won. They certainly need him in that Cincinnati game. Remember that game got out of hand?
It did.
Because Burrow was able to sit there and find his dude and do his thing.
All right, Trayvon Diggs signs a 5-year contract extension with the Cowboys. We mentioned this earlier. This is where we're at, guys. Lots of NFL news coming down.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley signs his deal, but as we did we crunched the numbers and looked at some of the language of the contract, after all the hullabaloo, and look, I get it. They got a beef, man. All these running backs from Jonathan Taylor to Pollard to Josh Jacobs, all these guys have a legitimate beef. But did Saquon Barkley help the cause of the undervalued running back with that contract he signed?
I don't think so. I mean, he was going to get $10 million, right? So what they did was, out of courtesy, they said, we're going to give you $2 million signing bonus because we love you. And we're going to add on another $1 million of incentives.
Yeah.
So, and then what you say as the player is, oh, this is great. Go look at the incentives. He's got to get 1,300 yards.
Yeah, and
he's got to catch 65 balls, Mike.
Yeah, and the biggest part of this was, for me, okay, you want to try to incentivize it? There's nothing wrong with that. But I just felt if you're Barkley, so I'm coming to the table, we're doing a deal, and I'm betting on myself, and you still have the right to jam me up with the franchise tag? He can play this season out, and he can come back next year and still get tagged. I would have liked to have that out. Give you a promise you're not going to tag me.
Yeah, the reason why I say the incentives are their career-type numbers. Last year, you know how many balls he caught? 57. He's got to catch 65 this year to get to the number and get some of those incentives.
And by the way, and not that the Giants would be sinister with Brian Dable, but talk to some older NFL players about how those bonuses come into play in Week 17 or back then Week 16.
And I just think the biggest part of it is, and I get it, the team wouldn't do this if they didn't.
Right.
But the whole playoff thing, guys, there's so much that goes into this. Barkley could be healthy the whole season. Daniel Jones goes down. Their best defender goes down, and they don't make the playoffs, which means he doesn't see this money. Yeah. That's just there's so much. It's a team game, and for him to say, "Yeah, I'll do that." Yeah, you want to buy in and say we're going to be good again and we're going to go to the playoffs. Let me tell you guys, Cowboys are good. Eagles are good.
Yeah. In hindsight, it's almost like he's better off just getting tagged than get out of the way. The worst case scenario would be they could have tagged him twice the way then the Redskins tagged Kirk Cousins, remember, 2 years in a row at a QB. But in this case, there is certainly there's an inequity for running backs because they still even though everyone just thinks it's a Madden game and it's a passing league, the guys that are really good, their teams are really good for a reason, and you just laid it out. Daniel Jones, I still don't think he's worth that money they paid him. And he's only worth it with a guy like Saquon Barkley behind him. Well, he can't do it by himself. He's not that guy.
No.
Patrick Mahomes could. He's not even close to that.
It's a squirrel. I don't want to say squirrely, but I would have had to reconsider. But I think
I would
Saquon,
just tag me. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, but I think, again, he's like, you know what? I need some guaranteed money. And he got a little bit of that on top of, the salary that he's going to get.
And Pollard took his tender with the Cowboys.
He did. I think Pollard wasn't he had no leverage, Mike.
He only had like one really good year, as a Cowboy, as far as, what you're building it on. Josh Jacobs, still some talk that maybe the Raiders let him go.
No.
I don't even know what that team is going to be.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got more to get to. Guy Talk's on the way. Mike Bell, what do we got coming up?
All right, man, as we've established here for many years on Dukes and Bell, the ocean is the shark's house. And I was just down in that Anna Maria Island, and just where I was sitting my fat butt in the water, they had pictures of 3 sharks at dusk. They always hunt at dusk, by the way. So here's some news you can use. If you're heading down to Destin before the kids go back to school or whatever, bathing suit colors that attract sharks that make you look like a giant glow-in-the-dark cocktail weenie. We'll explain next in Guy Talk.
not. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man. Every day on the show, it seems like we could do a story about somebody seeing a shark or some critter out there in the ocean, making people very nervous if they're going down on their vacation. I know I was literally walking on the beach. This is Anna Maria Island, southern part of Tampa Bay. And Carl, a day after we got back to Atlanta, there was video posts, and there was like 3 sharks zipping around right where I was sitting my butt right there on the beach. And I would have been like, man, I'd been like a rotisserie chicken for those guys.
It's scary to think. We talk about this, right? The drone footage, and
right.
you realize how close to in some cases, these sharks are, and you're out there, you're having a good time, and he's just swimming. All right, that's Jaws. But Mike, it is the shark's house, and you got to be aware of your surroundings.
But apparently, I would have been okay because I was wearing a dark blue bathing suit from Adidas.
Okay.
Here's the news, guys, from apparently the Florida Museum of Natural History, Shark Attack Files, ISAF. They've got our own website. Apparently, if you're wearing bright colors, yellow, white, orange, you are shark bait.
Yeah, that's why. Don't they tell you don't wear jewelry?
That's correct.
Yeah.
They said apparently juxtapose patterns against darker colors. The ocean makes things better for you. It's the contrast that they can pick up on. So if you're wearing a bathing suit that's the color of the light blue Gulf of Mexico waters, you're in better shape. But if you're wearing something that's, if you broke out the Billabong Dayglow yellow bathing suit, you might be advertising for the free meal.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've got some designs on my swimsuit. I might want to rethink this.
The apparent link, and this is from the Miami Herald, the apparent link between bright colors and shark attacks prompted some to dub the color Yum Yum Yellow.
Why are you? Who's wearing bright yellow trunks?
Now, apparently, research in Australia has proven that the brighter colors certainly do attract the contrast in the water, do attract sharks. So there's an Australian physiologist who examined the retinal profile of different sharks to see what colors they can and can't perceive, basically looking through a fisheye lens. The correlation between big colors, yellow seems to be the big one. By the way, it also seems to be the standard color of the U.S. Navy's life preservers. They might want to get on that.
It's true.
I mean, unless, heaven forbid, the scene from Jaws where Captain Quint talks about 1,300 men went in the water, 400 came out, sharks took the rest. We delivered the bomb.
That's right. We did.
USS Indianapolis. You can look that up. That was written by John Milius, by the way.
Yeah?
That's the dude. I'm going on one of my little sort of rabbit holes on movies. But if you ever watch The Big Lebowski, the character that's played by John Goodman that wears the vest, Gomer Shabbos.
That's him?
He's got the ex-wife who's Jewish. He doesn't do anything on Saturday. That's loosely based on the John Milius character who also directed Conan the Barbarian. But again, I'm in the rabbit hole. Back to the sharks. The bright colors, that would be the plan. Stay away from that. Blues, guys, darker colors, and also a tan, too. I think probably looking flesh tone, white, pale might be that might help. The sharks find you.
All right. So you're helping me out here. I'm gonna have to relook at and do my trunks again and look at what's gonna work.
Fricky's got to retire the banana hammock. I told him this.
Well,
I told him.
That's true.
In Europe, it's the style. When I was in Monaco in the old days, that's the style. By the way, speaking of style and everything from outfits, have you been watching the Wilt Chamberlain documentary? Part 2 just dropped on, I guess it's Showtime.
I haven't seen it.
It's called Goliath. And it's fantastic. And I'm learning, you and I always say this, whether it's a documentary or it's a biography, I just want to learn, you and I read a lot of stuff about famous people. When you learn something you didn't know. So I'm watching that. It's really worth a look, guys, because my entire perception of Wilt Chamberlain is from my dad saying he was a candy blank for not killing Willis Reed when Willis Reed hobbled out on the court against the Lakers. So it's really interesting. He was a fascinating character.
No,
unbelievable.
I said this last week. I got a chance to be around Calvin Murphy, and the great Calvin Murphy spent a lot of time with Wilt Chamberlain, and he would tell stories about Wilt and hanging out.
Right.
That's my connection to Wilt is through Calvin Murphy, and obviously, Murph's in the Hall of Fame. But Mike, I want to see it. I just have not had a chance to do that. But a lot of the mythical stuff that you've heard, and listen. He was bigger than life when, Mike, at a time when a lot of guys were, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. You're not supposed to be driving that car, whatever it was. You're not supposed to be living in Beverly Hills. He was doing all of that.
It's amazing. When he played for when they were the Philadelphia Warriors and later they became the Sixers, he was traded back to Philly. He lived in New York. He used to commute from New York to Philly. It's pretty wild, amongst other things. And just one, while I'm on the subject, I recorded this, and I don't know where I guess you go to ESPN and you can find it. There was a 2-hour a documentary on Sir Jackie Stewart. And when I was a kid, that was my favorite race car driver, him and Mario Andretti. And that's fascinating, too. If you love Formula One, the footage and just how many guys lost their lives and how dangerous F1 was in the 70s and the 60s, it's definitely worth the view, so check that out. All right, man, on to some fun and shenanigans. Drake was on performing a few weeks back. You guys might have seen the story. A woman throws a bra up on stage at Drake, and the bra was big enough to cover like 3 people. It was a 36G, as in gigantic bra. The New York City concert, you may have seen the video, it went viral. Well, the lady who's belongs to the big bra, her name is Veronica Correa. She's 21. She's become an overnight sensation following her show-stopping move at the Hotline Bling rappers gig last week. So guess who gave her a call?
Who?
Playboy.
Really?
Apparently, she's going to go talk to Playboy, maybe do a photo spread. Playboy's creator-led digital platform says that they've reached out to her. They're dedicated to creative freedom, blah, blah, blah. Because let's be honest, nobody's really reading Playboy anymore because they took out the stuff you used to read Playboy for. I used to read for the article.
It's only digital now, right?
I guess, is that it is now?
I think it's only digital.
But if you're into shapely ladies, and I know most of our audience is into shapely ladies, yeah. She throws this gigantic thing up on a stage. Drake took a whiff of it, said it smelled pretty good. And so I'll put the link up. She's a Spanish.
Is that what we do as men?
Hardly Spanish. No, she's cute. Got big eyebrows. If I'm going to get those trimmed up, and the stylist gets to work on her. But she's definitely got it going on. If you like them large and in charge, brother, then she's the girl for you.
Okay.
36G.
Well, listen, I'm sure that's not the first time somebody's thrown something on stage with him. But I didn't know that.
Right.
That's kind of cool.
No,
That's a cool story.
When somebody throws a bra on stage, it looks like a tarpaulin. That's a whole different ballgame. Cover Yankee Stadium infield with that thing. Hey, man, I got this week's Dukes and Bell Guy Talk Spirit.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
If they're too big, it's too much.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about natural, okay? Natural's natural.
Yeah,
that's what God gave you. Right. If they're too big, ladies, it's too much.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's overwhelming.
When you see people that have gone, and it just looks unnatural.
That's all I'm saying.
It gets too over the top.
Yeah, natural's natural. But like, you know what I'm talking about, fellas.
I'm with you. My dad said more than a mouthful's a waste, but that's me. That's just me. Why, Chris? There's nothing dirty about that. You have to drop that.
Weird science, yes. It's exactly right.
Right.
When
they're designing on the computer. Weren't they wearing like jock straps on their head when they were doing that?
Exactly. And it was like, they keep getting bigger. But yeah, I just want to put that out there.
Oh, man, Kelly the Brock. What would you maniacs like to do first?
Because there's a chick, and I don't know who she is. There's a woman, should I say, that's on Instagram, Mike. You may have seen it. It looks deformed. Yeah. And she's got all these followers.
Like 2 basketballs.
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know what the appeal is there. But anyways, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
I don't get it. Hey, man, here is your disgusting Spirit Airlines story of the week on Dukes and Bell. We could probably do this every day. Spirit Airlines, it is like a cattle car with wings. Passenger on a Spirit flight recently, apparently, for whatever reason, didn't get a chance to use the bathroom when she wanted to. So she decides to go back in a corner and squat and make number 1.
No!
Right in the plane. Video posted online shows an identified woman squatting in the corner, what appears to be a Spirit Airlines jet, and doing her business.
That's disgusting.
A woman yells at a flight attendant saying she's needed to pee for 2 hours, but was told she was not allowed. Bathroom doors were closed. Video posted on the 20th of July, so just about a week or so ago.
Okay, can I ask real quick? Flight attendants, help me out here, all right? Men, women, doesn't matter. In those situations, and you have a passenger, and you know they urgently need to go.
Let them go.
Can't you let them go? I'm asking these flight attendants. We got enough of them in town.
Yeah.
Why don't you just let somebody go?
Now, I don't know if she went to get up and they were taxiing, told her to get back in the plane. Then by the time she got up again, somebody else got in there. Don't know the circumstances. Flight attendant is seen filming her, and she says, "Say hello to the camera for me," to which the woman says the flight attendant should, well, blame yourself, as she's sitting there squatting. At the end of the 20-second video, she gets up, pulls up her pants before she starts to walk away.
Wow.
Spirit Airlines. It's a cattle car with wings. It's Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, I mean, look, that tells you, though, she had to go, but that's disgusting.
But, yeah, I mean, but there's got to be some resolution to that does it not involve you doing that?
Because I feel like, and I might be wrong about this, like flight attendants now, like their job is like, no, quiet, be quiet, seatbelt, no.
You're like a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I mean,
sit down, shut up. Let's not, please, you know what? Hey, guys, take your seat. The bag doesn't fit. Put it back down. Everybody shut up.
That's the way I feel. I feel like now that's what they've become.
If you've had 6 vodkas at the bar, no more drinks for you because we're not diverting to Akron, Ohio.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's got to happen now.
And I love getting on a plane and, somebody greeting you with a nice smile. And you're like, okay, it makes you feel comfortable, right? And I always try to engage with them. But I know, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, their job is so hard now because people have Mike, they have no couth.
That's it. I mean, look, I don't know if everyone wants to blame COVID. I think the society was tracking that way. And then COVID maybe further exacerbated it, where common sense is just going out the window. And just people act like absolute idiots. It's just, you and I say it every time we fly. You're lining up. Everybody who's at the back of the plane but decides to line up front. And once you get through those guys, you're like, who's going to be the guy?
Yeah.
Who's going to be the woman that's going to go viral? And again, we're on a flight to Vegas. Folks, we understand there's a problem in the cabin. We're going to have to divert to Amarillo.
Y'all better not.
And by the way, where are all these U.S. air marshals? Can't they just tase these people?
Just put them to sleep?
Seriously. I was told that there's air marshals on almost every flight.
Yeah.
When somebody's acting a fool, can't you just, sir, come here. Or give him a cattle prod.
Yeah.
And then hog time and then dump. And that way you don't have to mess up everybody else's flight.
I don't know about you guys. I said this to my daughter and I were talking about this. And Mike, this is just one of those things where, you saw the guy in the subway in New York, right? Try to restrain a guy, choked him, and then ultimately killed him, right? And I was just saying, when you get on these, you're in those situations, you're on the subway, you're on a plane or whatever, in these confined spaces, you have somebody acting up, you want to set people off?
Right.
Like, seriously. And I was just saying, I know he didn't mean to kill the guy, but the fact is, if that guy ends up killing other people, we'd all be outraged, right? When you got a crazy guy on the train or plane walking around going, I'll kill everybody in here, we got a problem.
Yeah. And in New York, there's been things where, that has happened, and so again, that's a whole other case that's going down. But I think
you know
some
what I'm
people have
saying? In these confined spaces, and people start saying things, you're like, you were already on edge.
Yeah, and then you've got a person. And again, I see when I used to live in Midtown. Sometimes you'll see the dude. Remember the Midtown puncher? Guy was coming up and wailing people in the back of the head.
So who does this stuff?
Crazy people.
Been replaced by Mike. By the way, I know you've been living your suburban life for a little while now. Not one, not two, but three. Midtown screamers.
What's that?
People who walk up and down Peachtree Street and will get within an inch of your face, and they just scream.
Oh, come on,
at the
stop
top
it.
Of their lungs.
Stop.
Yes. Yeah. Three.
See, now that's how people get hurt.
Yeah. I mean, my last day in Midtown before we moved out to Peachtree City, I was at the new Dunkin' Donuts. Carl, how many years did I beg for a Dunkin' Donuts? They put one diagonally across from my old building, and I walk in there, and there was a bunch of people. It was crowded. And this guy goes, so I don't get no help in here. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. And so it begins. And I was like, I'm not going to get my sausage, egg, and cheese on and everything, but I am going to get peace of mind. I'm leaving this city. Hey, man, we'll come back. I don't have time for the Harbaugh story. We'll get that in maybe the top 3 at 6. Harbaugh's in hot water. Just without the NCAA really can't do anything to anyone. He's going to miss 4 games. We'll fill you on that. That'll be coming up later, Carl.
All right, man. We got Falcon Report coming up. Who's reporting? What's going on with Calais Campbell? And a surprise that I think you guys might not be talking about with our Falcons. We'll get to all of that and more on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Thanks for all the picks. Enjoying a nice cold Hey Man Ale, the original OG 5% blonde, 5% alcohol, blonde ale, and then, of course, the watermelon lime, which is delicious. Thank you guys, man. We appreciate you checking the beer out. If you've not had the beer, you can get it at any Publix in the state of Georgia. It's at all your local package stores as well. Mike Camp is here. We've been talking about our shows being out Thursday and Friday, the morning shift, Steakhouse, Andy and Randy all at training camp, and then we'll do our show from Hooters Mall of Georgia. But we're going to be out there, and teams making decisions today, okay? And I want to start with the Falcons because the few things that have happened today, one of them kind of interesting, and that is they re-signed MyCole Pruitt, should I say, tight end. Last year, guys, he had 4 touchdowns.
Right.
And I think, Mike, you add him to Pitts and Jonnu Smith, and all of a sudden now it gives you more options potentially in the red zone. I have to think that's the way they're thinking about this, right?
Now, again, some of these things are just to have extra bodies. And, again, this guy certainly surprised a lot of folks. As Carl said, man, 16 receptions made it count with 4 touchdowns. And, again, there's a dude that, if you remember, guys, scored a touchdown in the win against the 49ers, scored a touchdown in the last game of the season that we won against Tampa Bay. So caught one of those from Mariota, got one from Desmond Ritter. But, it kind of reminds me of the old days of Dan Reeves. Dan Reeves had like 5 tight ends on the roster back in the late 90s. But, yeah, this is a dude that certainly, served a key role. And whether you're going to, again, I'm not saying we're going to roll out a 4 tight end set, but we're going to have 2. We're going to have a lot of 2 tight end sets out there, I can tell you that.
We got a lot of tight ends. All right, also today, and I don't know if this was a surprise, but the Falcons basically waived Caleb Huntley. Played basically one season, guys. He ran hard, but this was a failed physical designation, so they had to make a decision on him. And, Mike, we kept hearing, maybe he'll be back, but they have waived him. So that is news today from the Falcons. And then
Locust Grove kid, by the way, as you said, when he got a chance to play, he was like a bowling ball out there. But unfortunately, this may be one of, what did we say earlier? One of those injury designation type things where you get he'll get paid, but it's unfortunate you don't make obviously the full check.
And then non-football injury list, Calais Campbell, and I'm going to let you hear Calais here in a second. But that is out there as the Falcons have placed Calais Campbell on the non-football injury list. And I say this earlier, I'll say it again. Falcon fans, don't be afraid of that comment or that statement. It doesn't mean he's injured. It doesn't mean he's not available to play or practice, okay? They can activate him at any point. There's nothing major to worry about. So I think this more, Mike, is about a guy who's been in the league a long time and doesn't need the extra wear and tear.
And it's not like he's sitting at home on a couch eating like ring dings, okay? I saw the video of him walking into Flower Branch in the headquarters. The dude has been there. Remember, guys, he was putting the work in the spring. Think about that. So this is, again, I think immediately people go, what do you mean he's injured? No, this is wear and tear to Carl's point. There's no reason this guy needs to be out there slogging it. You know what this guy brings to the table.
Let's hear from Calais Campbell starting his 16th season.
As you get older, you kind of appreciate the grind a lot more. So, you kind of appreciate the training camp, first day of school, being around the guys. Like, now it's, we're going to battle. Now it's real, mini camp, OTAs are, it's a part of the process as well, but it's not nowhere close to the same as training camp. Training camp's a different beast. I mean, you come in on a mission now, ready to go out there and, stake a claim, hey, we're coming this year, we'll be the best we can be, go out there and compete and, try to win ball games.
Yeah, and I know that we've been banging the drum on this all offseason long, but for years, guys, especially the last 2 or 3, you've had situations where there was like one guy goes down, the offensive line falls apart. In the defense, you're bringing in guys, as we said, oh, who's this guy we just signed? It's like, he's been on 4 teams in 3 years, practice squad on 3 of them. So that's not the case. This year you've got quality. Now, we've got depth. Some of these guys are short-term fixes, but you've got more depth and more numbers in the key positions in the trenches.
And I think also a pleasant surprise. We hadn't talked a lot about him, but he knows how to play, and they were committed to him playing here. And then he said, I don't want to play, and he wanted to take some time off. Eddie Goldman.
Yep.
Eddie Goldman's a guy that, again, we hadn't talked a whole lot about, but guys, I'm telling you, he may be a pleasant surprise for this team. He is reported to camp today.
He's only 29.
I know, Mike. He's in his prime. Right. This is the thing. Like, he's not an old guy that can't play anymore. He literally, I guess, mentally just needed a break or whatever it was, and then he was like, I want to play. And the Falcons were like, well, come on, let's go.
And this dude, he's part of the Florida State National Championship team. He's a big nose tackle. He'll be in that rotation. Now, again, he'll play tackle along with Grady, Calais. And just as we said, I guess the first team to really kind of make it in vogue was the Giants beating Brady up. It was the NASCAR package. But that basically everybody now tries. Look at the Eagles. The Eagles rotate tons of guys in defensive line. That's what we're trying to do here.
Absolutely. 404-726-0929 as we talk about our Falcons gearing up for camp. News coming out about releases, waiving guys, and more importantly, who they're signing. Let's hear from A.J. Terrell, Mike. He said that the DBs this offseason, they were training, getting together. They were trying to put the work in.
We train with Oliver Davis at SFSP. We got some of the guys to come before they had left and went to their respected states, but they came in. We had at least about eight DBs all trained together, so we get it in.
Trying to get the work in, and we were talking about this. Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs, 5 years, $97 million. And the reason why I said this is important is because we're going to have to pay AJ. And you don't let good players or great players walk, especially in their prime. And so AJ, at some point, Mike, we hadn't really talked about it. No need, but he's going to get his bag.
Right. And guys have asked, well, what happens if Jeff Okudah balls out? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
He'll get a bag, but it'll be maybe a little bit less.
And worst case scenario, if Okudah rediscovers the game which made him a top pick, then maybe he gets paid somewhere else. But he's certainly going to help us in the 2023 season, and that will certainly help A.J. Terrell and Richie Grant and the young guys. And, look, Jesse Bates, secondary, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Show me what's the weak area on this team. Would you say, is it edge rusher? Well, no. Caden Ellis comes into this team from the Saints with 7 sacks, which is more than anybody had last year. We've talked about Bud Dupree, Calais Campbell. We talked about the interior guys, Onyemata. The guy that, you and I were talking about this, and then yesterday, Fricky and I were kind of going around some of the names. How about Anderson at linebacker? Is this the year where, because remember the guys, I said yesterday to John, I think we were doing it in the Falcon Report, there were some Georgia fans crawl in their bag about not drafting Nakobe Dean. He went later in the 3rd round. But Anderson was the dude that had all this upside. Well, I want to see that upside translate to some butt kicking this year at linebacker.
I hope so. I do think the backers as a group is better than we had last year.
And they can move from side to side without having somebody from the offensive line of the other team on their face, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the whole idea.
What about Ritter, right? We're going to be asked this question. We are going to be asking this question, should I say, all throughout camp. We'll see him, Mike. I don't know if we're going to see him in every one of these preseason games. Meaning the length of time.
I was asking the question, do you think he'll play like 3/4 of some of these games?
No way.
Second game? So weird now with just 3.
2 quarters max. And that's what I'm saying.
Heineke's going to get his reps.
Yeah. I only say that to say I don't even know after preseason if you will be completely sold because you will not have seen him enough to say, yes, we're going into the regular season first game against the Panthers, which is a must-win, by the way. He's ready to go, okay? Let's not act like that Panthers game is just a blow-by or we don't care.
Division games make the difference. You win, you go 4-2 in your division, likely going to make the playoffs. I mean, with the schedule. We got a very advantageous schedule. Now, some teams are supposed to stink based on last year's winning percentage. Will be better. Others will go the other way. Yesterday we had a soundbite of Dan Campbell saying, got to stop with the hype for the Lions because people are anointing these guys. They haven't won anything in decades. But, that's a team which maybe we go up to Detroit. That's going to be tough. So the early first quarter of the season, most Falcon fans, I think of Jordan Love and the Packers as that's a win. By the way, did you hear what the Packers said about Jordan Love?
What'd they say?
This is like, well, we're not going to evaluate him over 3 or 4 games. He's going to have at least the first half of the season.
Half?
I mean, are you kidding me? You idiots drafted this guy when you could have gotten some more skilled position players for Aaron Rodgers in his prime. And now you're telling me you're going to baby this guy, Jordan? You're going to need, 10 games to know if Jordan Love is the man or not? I mean, Chris, am I wrong here? I read that article today, and the soundbite didn't make any sense.
No, yeah, the president of the team, Mark Murphy, came out and said that he will have at least half of the season to figure out the NFL before the team, quote, evaluates him.
I don't need half a season to know if a guy can play or not.
But here's the thing. Got to be more than 4 games. I still know what I got with Desmond Ridder. So, I mean, 8. Well, 8's a nice round number.
But here's the deal. The reason why you don't, if that was 4 games at the beginning of the season, by game 6, you would have known, right? And let's be honest. The 4 games that Ridder played, I can buy into that. It wasn't like he was terrible and turned the ball over, 8 times in 4 games. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's hear from Chris Lindstrom talking about Ritter. This is what we were talking about the preseason playing and how much time he'll actually get.
Yeah, Dez is an amazing teammate for one, and then two, his command in and out of the huddle. So as an offensive lineman, you're just thinking of communication of the play, and I think you see that quarterback's documentary, like that's a challenge in itself of those guys communicating that, and so he does a phenomenal job talking about the cadence, stuff like that, and then his composure on the line of how he communicates with us is really amazing. And so being able to get those reps and to work with him, and then this spring, it's going to be great.
Did you hear the first thing he said? Phenomenal teammate. That may not mean anything to you, but it means everything to them. If I love you as a teammate and I buy into your leadership, I'm willing to go to war with you. I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to make this happen. He didn't start the soundbite by like, yeah, he throws a deep ball well. Phenomenal teammate. And that's what I've been hearing the entire offseason about Desmond Ritter, which is why I'm all in. This has got to work. We can't be in the quarterback business the next 2 or 3 years. This has got to work. Is it going to work?
I'm not as enthusiastic as you. I want to be. I'm trying to be.
It's got to work.
Keeping it real, Carl. As the kids say, keep 100. I'm just saying.
It's got to work, Mike.
I mean, I needed more. You know me. We should have started him against the stinking Bears after that stupid hand grenade toss in Charlotte by Mr. Quitter, Mr. Hawaiian Flunk, So sick. I'm so worked up about this season because the only variable I don't have any locked-in idea or premonition about is the quarterback, which happens to be the most important part of the damn team. I know what I'm going to get from the D-line. I know what I'm going to get from the corners. I know what I'm going to get from our running backs. I don't know what I'm going to get from the QB.
I'm all in. This has got to work.
I mean, hell, if it don't...
You know what this is? Yeah? This is like when you go to counseling, and after counseling, you're like, this has got to work.
Well, you know what?
You can't go through all that we've been through for the last 5 years and this not work.
Get the left-hander warmed up in the bullpen. The right-hander, you got to go to a Heineken. Grab me a Heineken.
Listen, if we go to Heineken, this thing is going wrong.
Maybe not. Maybe Heineken get the magic. I don't know.
Trey Lance, anyone? He's apparently available.
Stop it. Stop it right now.
Lance, I don't know what he is. Nobody knows what he is.
I don't want Heineke. I don't want Lance.
We need Ritter to kick ass.
That's what we need. All right, coming up, strong arm story of the day is next. Last night, Mike and I were down at Mercedes-Benz. We did the show leading up to the Atlanta United game, and literally we walked out. I had some things to do. My voice, I couldn't stick around last night, and I wanted to rest my voice. So, we get in the elevator, and we're going down in the red lot is where we were, and Mike is on the floor before I get off. So, he's like, hey, see you tomorrow. Okay, hey, talk to you. Yeah. Doors closed. Ding. I'm on the elevator by myself. And for those of you who don't know, I carry one of these bags that rolls behind you. So I put my stuff in there and my computer and everything. And I just don't like carrying stuff on my back. So I roll this bag pretty much everywhere I go. And the bag is in the elevator with me. And the door is open to the next floor, which is the 3rd floor. And I half get off the elevator. And I kind of look and I think to myself, I'm not sure if this is where I parked. I think it is. Maybe it isn't. And I guess I took too long. Because the next thing I know, the elevator is closing on my door, or my hand, should I say, and closing on my arm. So I'm like, okay, usually you just hit the doors and the elevator opens back up.
Generally, there's a sensor somewhere that, usually it's about waist high.
Yeah.
And usually if you wave your arm, the door will open unless the sensor doesn't work.
And that's what happened, Mike. I'm waving my arm. I'm trying to get this door to open, and the door is like, you will die today. As the door
talks like the HAL 9000?
Well, Mike, it felt like it because it was closing in on my arm and my bag are still in the elevator. And literally now I'm trying to pull my bag out. So I get stuck, right? I have nowhere to go. The sensor's not working, so I'm reaching for the buttons. I'm trying to open the door that way. It won't work. And these 2 guys drive up, and they park. They're going to the Atlanta United match. Right. And these 2 guys pull up. They get out of their car. They see me struggling, okay? And they're just watching me. They're watching me try to open this elevator door like I'm He-Man, pull out my bag, and, do all of this myself. And literally, I'm waving to these guys like, come. Because I can't yell because my voice is jacked. Come. And these guys are like, I'll help you out. So the guy comes over, Mike, little scrawny guy. I don't even know his name. I thank you guys. I don't even know. I didn't even introduce myself.
So it wasn't like it was a He-Man, like Debo came over, I'll get the door.
No, little guy. He says, I'll open it up. And Mike Bill, I swear to God, this guy screamed as loud as he could when he realized how this door was stuck on my hand.
Oh, my God.
He's like, and he didn't move it. So his other buddy then runs over. His other buddy says, I'll help.
Okay. So now you got two guys.
I got two guys.
So you got combined weights about 250 pounds.
At least. And he's like, door doesn't move. So finally, we get to a point where we're just like, heave, ho, heave. The door opens just enough for my bag to be slipped out. I get it out.
You survived.
The door closes, and we all just looked at each other like, what just happened? I swear. And so I'm sweating. Like when I left you, I was fine. I'm sweating.
By the way, I'm sorry I didn't hear your cries for help. I was just about like 25 feet above you.
I'm exhausted. This was like it felt like a 10-minute fight. It was probably 5 minutes. I get in my car. I'm dripping sweat. And I literally call my wife. I'm like, you're not going to believe this. I almost lost my hand. She's like, what happened? So I tell her the story, and she says I should have let the bag go. It was not that important.
But then the bag goes all the way up to the top, and
Exactly.
But not that he was going to steal it going into a soccer match. But
well, where would I have gone if somebody said, "Oh, look, somebody left a bag on here," and then they take it off?
Then you got to ride the rails and then get off at every stop, and then the same thing repeats itself because the red deck is a killing machine.
It's a killer.
This could be a new Stephen King type movie.
It's a killer.
Never leave your bag in the red deck.
This door was speaking to me. I swear it was. Turtle, you're looking at me. I'm not lying to you.
Well,
this door literally was like, you are not living tonight.
What went through my head is if you did leave your bag and then it goes up and somebody sees it, now we have a security threat.
Well, that's the other thing. I wasn't thinking that far in
that's
advance.
Right. That's right. All of a sudden,
but you're right.
GBI, the cops will be there. Next thing you know, everything's shut down.
Yeah, some idiot left a bag on an elevator when, in fact, I almost lost my arm. So anyway, Mike.
You would have saw your bag in like 2046.
Yeah, but I do like we got to write the screenplay. The red deck's got a nice ring to it. The red deck. The elevator's a killing machine. It's controlled by AI. This could be you can see a total Stephen King type movie.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Somebody gets chopped in half by the arm coming out.
When I hit the button on the outside and the door didn't open, I really thought, like, this is it, because this elevator has it out for me.
Think how the screenplay could work. You'd have a homeless guy down there, he gets whaled by one of like the arms at the gate, and then you can see that this built red deck. I can even see the title, and you kind of use a little bit of like maximum overdrive with a little bit of some fog coming in.
By the way, it's one of my worst fears. To like stick your arm in an elevator and the doors are like, people do that all the time,
By
right?
the way, if you've ever come in through like the entrance behind like where Stats is, like I do come over the railroad tracks, come the back way into the red lot, it's creepy as hell back there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's going on back there?
No, it's dark.
Subterranean.
Yes, it is.
The red deck. I think we got an idea here, man.
Yes, it was awful. I'm telling you guys this to just say, my wife's right. I should let the bag go. Do not lose an arm over elevator doors not closing.
I'm a big fan of a happy end.
Or
open.
Open.
You got to have like a grizzled old, like a homeless guy, and somebody's, have like a family in an SUV. He's like, what about the red lot? Don't park in the red deck. With like a bony finger. Don't park in the red deck.
Can you imagine the previews on this thing?
By the way, right now there's somebody in the Georgia World Congress. Shut up!
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the red deck.
No. Can y'all get the elevators checked out?
That one elevator might be a sensor on level 3.
Yeah.
How's your arm, by the way?
Well, it's bruised, but I'm fine. I mean, I made it out. I'm alive.
Now, you could have, made a business decision right there.
I know.
I called you Stumpy and made $10 million on this deal.
I don't know if I could live without my left hand.
Always take the stairs.
Well,
the Red Deck 2023.
That's it. Red Deck. Always take the stairs. Real quick, speaking of Atlanta and the weekend, you'd think it was a Friday today. The connector was a madhouse. Carl, as I was stuck in traffic, not rolling at all. So I did another one of those weed update traffic stories on my Twitter. Okay. So go to Mike Bell ATL, and I got like 40,000 views on the last one. So I just give you an update on who's smoking the weed. In this case, it was a white Tesla, and there was a blue Charger or Challenger that was really blazing as I was making my way through Midtown.
Tesla had the windows down or something?
Yeah, it was open to crack. So
okay.
Now, again, I can't post the cars because the license plates would be on there, and then you get in trouble because that's unauthorized. And then there'd be a lawsuit and stuff. So all I can do is basically give you the selfie angle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And describe the scene.
Well,
See, I pay attention to those training videos.
It's true. Yeah, you get caught up. But no, man, if I had a Tesla, I don't know if I'd be rolling around with the windows cracked in. That's just me.
No, snitches get stitches. And hey, look, I'm all for. And yet, by the way, maybe I've got to change the tenor of mine because the first one I did on this was, look, just smoke better weed. I don't mind catching a buzz on the way to the office, but just better stuff that doesn't smell like stanky weed.
Yeah.
That's right. That was my point. But thank you, Danny. Hey, man. By the way. Here's a little story I got on Twitter. Hey, our big guy, Bo Morgan, we mentioned this earlier in the week, Squidbilly, you catch him on the morning shift. He's on vacay down in Mexico. Turns the big 4-0, Carl, and he's getting it in. You see the video of him doing the belly flop down there at the resort.
I did watch, well, I guess it's a still picture,
Yes.
so I didn't see it. But it's literally him stretched out. He's about to hit. It looks like it's about to be violent, by the way. I mean, I don't know how this ended, but the picture, it looks like Bo's going all in.
Right. And it wouldn't be mentioning Squidbilly without giving something for somebody, then get to Squidbilly on Twitter for him to get mad about us. So I'll just say this. Where are the chicks in this picture? Okay, guys, let's move on. Just there's a lot of dudes enjoying the goodness there in the deep end of the pool. Always try to have one or two ladies in the shot. It's kind of, remember Vince Young in the club? Always have like one or two ladies in the shot.
Yeah.
When you got a bunch of guys with their shirts off.
It's a one-time thing, Mike.
Good rule of thumb.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Let's talk about the Messi effect, shall we? It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Before we get to that, because tonight, Atlanta United taking on Inter Miami. It is Messi's second match. He already had his debut, but it's the first time that he has played a U.S. team. And, Mike, we'll get into our conversation that we had earlier about whether or not is Messi coming to MLS making you more interested in buying a season pass on Apple TV? And a lot of people have responded, no, maybe, half. And we'll get into that. You just mentioned to me about Harbaugh, and I know it's a story that we just mentioned at the top of the hour, but for people who have not heard this, and you wonder about the power of the NCAA and its enforcement arm, right? It's still there.
Still exists. And it's one of those stories now that's kind of funny, and it just seems a bit anachronistic because we all know now that the NCAA is toothless, but we just saw them, again, statute of limitations doesn't seem to wear out or run out because Tennessee under Pruitt, because Pruitt was just so blatantly stupid with the way they were throwing money around before it became illegal to throw money around under the guise of NIL. Harbaugh, old school stuff, apparently some impermissible meetings with some recruits. And it's funny because, let's be honest, nowadays the recruit could take him out to dinner with the money he's making at NIL. But apparently him and some assistant coaches meeting with players when they weren't supposed to. What happened, though, and made this a bigger story is he's going to get suspended 4 games to start the season because he lied to the NC2A. And look, say what you want about Harbaugh. The guy can coach. But, the way he kind of thumbs his nose and looks at his nose at football factories and, try to act like, he's Michigan better than everybody. This is dumb. It's just plain dumb. You probably get down to 2 games, snap on a wrist, but he actually made it worse. As we said in Catholic school, Carl, when we lie, the saints cry.
Yeah, it's always getting caught in that lie. Turtle, I got to give him credit for this because we were talking about it off air, and he said they should have suspended him for the last 4 games, not the first 4.
Correct.
The last 4 are way more important when you talk about potentially going to the college football playoff, winning the Big Ten, than the first 4. I'm not saying they're cupcakes, Mike, but they need him a lot more in the last 4.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you look at their schedule, and I'm waiting as my computer's going round. The blue circle is mocking me going round and round. But yeah, what does that accomplish? 4-game suspension. East Carolina. Oh, this is brother. You want to talk about Georgia getting a lot of heat for their schedule? East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. That's a crucible.
Well, that's why.
You got to be kidding me.
Okay, so they don't need him for the first 4. They don't. And when you get in these big games in the Big Ten and you get into head coaching strategy and time and clock management, and the rules are going to change, by the way, which we'll talk about in college football this year, that it will affect the outcomes of these games. But with that said, this is the backwardsness of this. First 4 games, it's like, we're making a statement, and it really won't matter.
Well, and look, it's hard for me to take Harbaugh's side, but look, he has been, beating Ohio State, and the dude is doing better things with that program than they have for years. But the alleged recruiting improprieties from ESPN's article are tied to violations that are secondary in nature, and it happened during the COVID-19 recruiting dead period.
Nobody cares.
I mean, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
I don't like Michigan, and I don't even think Ohio State, well, maybe that's probably pushing it too far, but most people don't care. It just looks ridiculous. It's the petty nonsense of the secondary violations, failure to cooperate, and then apparently he lied during the investigation. So something that was pecuniary in nature, he made 10 times worse.
All right. So Michigan without their coach for the first 4 games. And again, this is what I've said. Like, nobody's going to punish himself. You think Michigan would have done this? Right. No.
But this is the last stuff NCAA's got anything to hang their hat on. Because ever since NIL starts, you can't be serious moving forward with crap like this.
No, it looks so minuscule on the big picture of things that are going on. Let's talk about Messi and MLS, Mike. Is this going to change MLS? More importantly, as we asked, everybody's talking about Apple TV and getting these MLS passes. A lot of people have already said, I'm not doing it. Dukes and Bell, nope, not buying it. We don't know the actual price. We think it's like $180 or whatever it is. Chris asked us earlier, is it the price point? If it was $50, would I do it? Probably. But tonight against Atlanta United, Mike, even though it's not, MLS play, this is leagues play, I just think this is a situation where he's going to move the needle and people are going to come.
Right.
But I don't think it changes the landscape of sports when you talk about having the best soccer player in the world now in the United States.
Well, we talked with Garth Lagerwey and their relationship with Apple. As we said earlier, look, people that want to bellyache about streaming like me because, it's crunch time, I want to watch something now. What's my password? All that crap, and then try to get it on the TV. Yeah, I get it. Younger people have the same problem, and there's no stigma with streaming. But I still think to grow the sport, in hindsight, if you're telling me you could have put Lionel Messi on Fox or ESPN, hell, ESPN2, it's still better than the exposure you're getting on Apple. They got a partnership. They're going to make money. Apple's happy with it. But, Messi makes this amazing entrance and goes in against Cruz Azul, hits the free kick, does what Messi does, and you get that unbelievable storybook ending to his first match, for Inter Miami. But, yeah, I'm with you. Pele, Beckham, Freddie Adu, all the things that were supposed to be the next big thing. It's just, you wonder if soccer will ever get above the hardcore fans. We've got a ton of hardcore fans here. But do you see it ever really taking that leap where it can compete with the NHL or NBA? That's the question.
Well, if it was going to do it, it'd do it now. Because everybody knows who he is. Chris, what did you tell me how many followers? He's got like twice or 3 times as many followers on social media than any other athlete, right? Anybody else?
Yeah, he has in the hundreds of millions.
Okay, so if it was ever going to, because this is about awareness, right? This is, if it was ever going to happen, Mike, everybody knows he's coming to the MLS and he's going to make a stand here to show everybody, hey, we play great soccer here in America as well, and I'm here to showcase this on top of potentially now later in my career being an owner and all the things that come with it. Our poll question is pretty easy though, guys. We're asking you, are you going to be more interested in buying that Apple TV pass to see Messi, not just tonight, but beyond? Right. And, Mike, if that doesn't happen, then the sport doesn't grow. And I said this, when Messi goes away in 2 years, who's next? Why are you watching, and why would you say, yeah, I want to pay for the Apple TV pass when the star power is not consistently there?
Now, I will say this. We brought this up earlier in the conversation. Part of the reason that MLS has seen this growth, when Atlanta United came into the league in 2017, there were 22 teams. By the end of next season, there's going to be 29 and 30 teams. I think Arthur Blank and the way we handle our business, from Darren Eales, Bocanegra, our business model of grabbing talent both in our backyard and in South America, developing it, having the best facilities, treating MLS the way Arthur treats the NFL, using every advantage. If there's money to be spent, he spent it.
Yeah.
And then teams in it, and then boom, the expansion is now exploded where they're going to be close to 32, which is, some would say, the magic number for TV, et cetera. But you could argue we've done more for the MLS product here in Atlanta than potentially what Messi could be. Although, again, it's hard to quantitate. We'll have to find out just how many more people get on these Apple, service. They buy it. What did Garth Lagerwey say? Hundreds of thousands more now.
Yeah.
So there's things that are happening. But I'm with Carl. I mentioned earlier, 1999, women's soccer was going to be the thing. We win the World Cup. I've seen 2 different women's teams go belly up here in Atlanta. So you're looking for that bounce.
When everybody said it was going to grow.
Yeah, and the other thing is, look, we know that we've got hardcore fans, but if I'm honest, I can't lie to you. It hasn't been the same since 17, 18, and 19. Product hasn't been the same. Hasn't been the same environment. Hasn't been the same vibe. I want to get that back, that feeling. Hopefully Lagerwey is going to make some more moves, and we will get there. But I got to be honest, it's not the same. And then you come to the realization, if you weren't a soccer fan, Carl, and you became a United fan. So let me get this straight. You get a guy from South America. He comes up here. He's amazing. And then we sell him to Europe.
Yeah.
It's not like the NFL or baseball where, like NFL, at least you get a guy for 5 years, And Major League Baseball, you get a guy for 10 years. It's hard. It's a hard business model for some fans to wrap their heads around.
Yeah, because you want stars to stick and stay.
And
right?
and then it kind of reestablishes MLS as a feeder series as opposed to being a final destination.
So here's my thing. And when we talk about this, and this is what I've said about soccer and where we are in the United States, and tonight we're talking about this because Messi, Inter Miami takes on Atlanta United. Our coverage, by the way, starts at 7 o'clock. Mike Conti, Jason Longshore. We're going to talk to Longshore next hour, kind of set the scene, because it is a big deal. I'm not going to debate the best player in the world, and certainly of his generation, is still playing at a very high level, and now is about to embark on playing in the MLS. But I've said this, the best United States-born player doesn't even play here.
Yeah.
Christian Pulisic doesn't play here.
And by the way, Chelsea screwed up his career 7 ways to Sunday where he has to go to Italy, and that's another story. But you're right, the best guys don't play here.
When that starts happening consistently, we can have a conversation. When you're telling me the best 3 to 4 to 6 guys in our country are playing in our league, Mike, that's a game changer.
Right.
So you're telling me Christian Pulisic, with all his talent, and yes, I love the U.S. men's national team, and we're all going to be about the World Cup because it's the World Cup, but he took his talents overseas.
Right. No, I mean that's why we've had this conversation about. You can never take away how amazing that 2018 season was, but now it's like, where are we? What are we? Where's this go? Joseph, that Joseph thing ran its course, but since we got Miggy. And then Joseph obviously was his own thing. We've kind of missed on all the other international pieces we moved around, right? Let's be honest. Barco never panned out.
Nope.
Pity Martinez never panned out.
Nope.
Araujo didn't pan out.
Nope.
And the guy who is panning out, Almada. Now, hopefully we'll have him for another year, but there's still that fear that Almada will wind up in the transfer window going over to Europe some point.
All right, poll questions up. Apple TV, yes, time to see the GOAT. No, don't want to pay. These are your choices. Would pay if it was cheaper, or would pay if it was on Bally. And the reason we say that is because, to Mike's point, if it was Fox, Bally, ESPN, more accessible, potentially, right, instead of you having to make a financial decision. And I've said this, with all the streaming services I have, and I have way too many, now you're making me make a decision that, okay, am I going to be that dialed in to watch all the matches that will make it worth this? When I got all these streaming services, when I started watching Netflix, I was like, okay, there's a ton of stuff here. I can go watch it. Apple, Disney, there's a ton of stuff here. But even all of that, Mike, I was saying this earlier, everybody's going up on their prices. $2 here, right, $2 there. Next thing you know, I went from paying for a service that was $10.99. I look up, now I'm paying almost $20.
Right.
It wears on you, and you have to make a financial decision, and I think that plays a lot into how people are going to approach this.
But tonight, Atlanta United taking on, don't forget, it's not just Messi, it's Joseph Martinez, Sergio Busquets, who also played for Barcelona. They could help Messi maybe put the ball in the net, so there will be certainly some intrigue from some of the fans out there, but I'm still, as an older dude, I'm just lazy, Carl. I got to do what? What's my password? How do I plug this thing in?
Guy says it's half price. Chris, can you verify this? Because I have no idea. He's like, you can get the pass today for $40.
Okay, that's not bad.
No, if that's true, all right,
get on it.
Now that's not a bad deal. But that $180 or whatever it was, $159, whatever. That's what I heard when it originally came out.
If you're prorating it because we're at the halfway point, because we already had the All-Star break,
correct,
you get it for $39. That's a good deal. We were talking, for guys who missed it earlier, we were also discussing, they have the conversation once in a while, the a la carte nature of football. We looked at YouTube. I'm sorry, I can't find a way to watch Sunday Ticket, or if somebody can tell me a way to get that for under $299, you let me know.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Grant McCauley. Braves made moves yesterday. Tonight, Red Sox. We're going to talk about the moves, this team, and what else has Alex Anthopoulos got up his sleeve? Coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Let's talk about our Atlanta Braves, our first place Atlanta Braves. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, there may be some movement with Congress when it comes to NIL. We'll also tell you what Brent Key had to say as he stopped by the show today. Georgia Tech fans, very positive about where the program is and where they might be headed. Grant McCauley joins us. He is our baseball insider, covers our Braves. Grant, tell us your thoughts on the moves made with the bullpen. Let's start there, and how these guys potentially may be used.
Well, I feel like this is kind of like that preemptive strike that the Braves are just looking to make. Alex Anthopoulos just trying to get a little bit of depth in there, but also a couple of upside plays, and I think that's kind of important, particularly with Pierce Johnson. It's a guy that can miss a lot of bats. Unfortunately, pitching at Coors Field, it may not exactly make your numbers look the way they did, say, in San Diego, where you had a lot of success prior to this. So I think that's a good move for depth in terms of putting more swing and miss in the bullpen. And then you went out and got Taylor Hearn because you're kind of down all your lefties. Colby Allard's on the IL. Dylan Lee is on the IL. A.J. Minter, who starts a rehab assignment tonight, is also on the injured list. So I think you kind of needed that one. And then Yanni Chirinos, I feel like this is kind of an upside play of he can give us a little bit of length if we need him to start. He could be a long reliever for us. And I think those kind of guys have kind of been important for the Braves as they've tried to figure out how to get the innings they need, both from the rotation and for this bullpen that's been very injury depleted.
Johnson has been activated. We were talking about him, Grant. Whatever you can share with us that you know about him, he was going to be their closer, wasn't effective, moved him back to setup role, and it seems like he got back into a rhythm in Colorado. Is that fair?
Yeah, he got back into a rhythm, and I would say the last probably 10 to 15 appearances, it's looked a lot more like they had imagined it. But you can also look at the splits, and it's Colorado. I mean, you're gonna have a tough time at Coors Field sometimes. His ERA was over 7 at home, just over 4 on the road. And I do feel like, for the Braves, and this is something that Alex Anthopoulos talked about on the call yesterday, just getting these guys in the strike zone a little bit more. Johnson, he's had the stuff to be a viable member of a bullpen. He was in San Diego before signing with the Rockies. It's kind of a guy they feel like can just bring some swing and miss and benefit from not being at Coors Field. But obviously he's not being brought in to close here. But I do think he was operating as a pretty decent setup man for the Rockies. Just the problem is they didn't have as many games to set up for the win as they would like, obviously.
Grant, as we talk about the next potential move, all right, so you've added some help to the bullpen. We know guys are going to get healthy, knock wood. What potentially do you want to see Alex Anthopoulos do? Now, he could do nothing, but what do you think he could do?
Right. I mean, and I put this out on Twitter before the show on Sunday, before From the Diamond. Over, under, how many trades do you expect the Braves to make before the deadline? I said it at 2.5. The next day, Alex Anthopoulos made 2 trades. So I don't think he's going to sit around for the next week or so and not do something prior to the deadline. But I still feel like the bullpen is the place to go, maybe for something of what we would feel like is more of a sure thing. It's great to make some upside plays, some waiver claims, and some deals with, honestly, that, the Rangers had DFA'd Hearn. It was a good chance that Pierce Johnson could have been designated for assignment if the Rockies got into a roster crunch at some point. And obviously, Chirinos was on waivers. So I feel like he's going to go out and try to get somebody with a little bit more of a pedigree, a little bit more of a track record. And it might not be 2, 3, 4 relievers, obviously. It may not look like the 2021 outfield trade deadline that the Braves had. But I still think relief pitching is the way to go.
I know that we're waiting to see what's going to happen with Fried when he does get back out there. And hopefully it's right back to, Fried being one of the best pitchers in the league. But it seems like we have no real timetable for Kyle Wright. And when he does come back, if it's so late in September, then how are you going to use him in the postseason?
No, I think the timetable for Kyle Wright is early September. And that is just based on his throwing program, kind of following the same progression that Max Fried did. Wright has started to do some of his mound work, which will then graduate him into full bullpen sessions, throw into some live hitters, and then going out on a rehab assignment, which I assume, and based on what we saw with Fried, is going to be at least 3, maybe 4. And I think if he's able to get that started sometime in the next, 8 to 10 days, at least as far as graduating to facing live hitters and getting out on that rehab assignment, by the time you get to the first week of September, that, I believe, is your timetable for Kyle Wright.
Grant, what do you think about these Red Sox, man?
Well, they're an interesting club because you look at the whole AL East and everybody's over 500. But as you can tell with some of the wheelings and dealings we're seeing leading up to the trade deadline, They just traded Kike Hernandez back to the Dodgers, so they might do a little bit more selling. Could our old friend Adam Duvall be on the move again? Yeah. Could Adam Duvall put on a Braves uniform again? I don't know, but we'll kind of see how it all plays out. Would they look to unload somebody like Chris Sale if they feel like, as he's on the 60-day IL, but if he builds back up, would a club kind of look to take a chance on that? I mean, it would involve some money, maybe not as much of the high-dollar prospects or the high-premium prospects. You just pretty much have to put your money where your mouth is. They're an interesting club, but you look at the pile they have to climb over for the wild card. The AL East, the Orioles, and the Tampa Bay Rays are going to be hard to knock off. And in between that, you've also got the Yankees and the Blue Jays. So I think for Boston, they're starting to kind of realize who they are right now.
It is our man, Grant McCauley, best baseball man in town. We've referenced the last couple of weeks as we're building up to the trade deadline, the dudes he's got in the past. I mentioned Gausman and Smiley. Are those guys available this time around? That caliber of player to go eat some innings and take some more pressure off the pen?
Yeah, I think those guys are around. It's just, which clubs are going to decide that they are ready to make that move to go ahead and say, all right, what can we get for short-term guys? I mean, Gausman had, I believe it was an extra year of control. The Braves just ended up not having much use for him in 2019 because he couldn't stay healthy, and then he wasn't very effective, which we all know how that story changed when he went to San Francisco. I'm not sure. I mean, a guy like Drew Smiley is definitely available, but there are also going to be some arms where, if Chicago can't work something out with Marcus Stroman, that could be an interesting arm that's out there. Doesn't mean he's coming to the Braves, even though he's got a Blue Jays background along with Alex Anthopoulos, but there could be some guys that could really upgrade your rotation. I'm just not sure the Braves are leaning that way as much as they would like to get Fried back, strengthen this bullpen, and then hopefully get Kyle Wright back in the mix.
Grant, where are you at when it comes to the Shohei trade situation and the realistic possibility of him being traded? I keep hearing, Artie Moreno, they're like, he doesn't want this to be a part of his legacy, that he gave up, maybe the best player they've ever seen, and here he is potentially trading him away instead of just saying, hey, convince him to stay the course. I want to know where you're at on this.
Well, I mean, there is that component of it, and what is owning a team if not a big vanity plate and a lot of ego stroking. So if you're worried about your legacy, well, maybe having put together a better team around Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout would have been the route to go. And it just kind of goes to show you, I mean, even with the money they spent on Albert Pujols and Josh Hamilton and C.J. Wilson, and then not too long ago, Anthony Rendon, if you don't develop players to go along with it, and Shohei Ohtani, obviously, they imported him as a big international signing, they just are finally getting to that point, I feel like, where they have a few players that have come through the system and that could be around. And those are the kind of players, by the way, you're going to need if you're going to be paying Shohei Ohtani $55, $60, $65 million a year, because I'm convinced that when he gets out on that free agent market, which I would be shocked if he didn't and signed an extension with Los Angeles, this is a $30 million hitter and a $30 million pitcher. You add that up, and for however long the contract's going to be, this is a huge bit of money. So if you trade him and you get something for him, and then you're still in the mood to throw a lot of money at him, maybe he comes back. But I remain unconvinced that that's the most likely outcome of all this.
Yeah, and then we get into it just seems like there's only like 2 or 3 teams that could pull this off. I mean, who would be the guy? I mean, who would be the team that would do it? Because we always immediately assume the Yankees, but the Yankees are they're like dead in the water right now. Who would be?
I mean, the Yankees will always be on the list, I guess, and they do have some prospects that would be interesting to get in a Shohei Ohtani trade. I mean, obviously, Jason Dominguez's name kind of jumps up off the page to begin with, but I'm just not sure what team really stands out, but it doesn't mean that clubs won't come and say, all right, well, we've got some of the best prospects in baseball, because this is a true rental. I mean, this is not going to be a sign and trade, and that doesn't really happen in baseball anyway. So you're at a club, you have to kind of decide what is our short-term goal right now this season and how much better we can get with Shohei Ohtani, and how does that affect our long-term window of contention if we end up trading away our top 2 or 3 prospects, which I can't imagine it wouldn't cost. And then, you have to try to re-sign them. And if you don't do that, then you're kind of back to square one. So it's going to be a very short list, I feel like, of contenders for Shohei Ohtani services that are really serious about it. And I'm still kind of 50-50 on whether or not a deal gets done. And a lot of it does, to your point, Carl, kind of lay at the feet of Artie Moreno to decide what exactly it is he wants to do.
Hey, Grant, bring it back to the Braves for just a second. I was telling Carl over the weekend, I was really impressed by Daysbel Hernandez, a guy I don't think we mentioned on the show because, he came from Cuba, and then he had to work his way up through the minors, and he had that unfortunate Tommy John. But, man, he was dealing the other day.
Yeah, and he was a guy that when the Braves, brought him over initially was going to be looked upon as a building block, a nice piece for your bullpen. But obviously the Tommy John kind of delayed him. But you can tell, he's got the big fastball, 96, 97, got a great slider. And, just when you feel like the Braves minor league system might start to run out of answers for the Braves, particularly in this recent stretch where you've had so many injuries and you've been making waiver claims and small trades as well, maybe Daysbel Hernandez will be somebody that's in the mix. He certainly got the stuff to do it. Alex Anthopoulos was asked about him as well on the media call when we discussed with him, the new trades and waiver claims that he had made in the last 48 hours. And he said, look, I don't want to get that worked up over one performance, but clearly if he's in the big leagues, he's a guy that they're looking for as a possible answer or one of the answers to getting this bullpen right.
All right, Grant, great stuff as always. We'll see what happens with this quick series with the Red Sox. Charlie Morton, by the way, feeling pretty good about him, though. We're feeling pretty good about him, right?
Yeah, he's been looking pretty good. And when you look at questions the Braves have had on their pitching staff, Charlie Morton, more times than not, has not been one that you've had to worry too much about.
All right, man. Good stuff. We'll talk to you tomorrow, my friend. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Grant McCauley, guys, talking about our Braves. Do you feel less confident now than you did 3-4 weeks ago with the Braves?
I just want another starting pitcher because Grant gave you the best case scenario for right.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that Fried just picks up where he left off. But I apologize, man. I tell you every day I'm not going to repeat myself, but I'm going to repeat myself. We need more starting pitching. The bullpen, look, if the Daysbel Hernandez, now he's a right-hander, Grant's point, we need more left-handed arms. But, hey, hopefully there's more moves to come, and it's just the first round.
All right, coming up, we're going to tell you all the things you may have missed today. Falcons getting ready for camp. Signings in the NFL, Bronny James in the news, and he's about to make more money than anybody else in the history of the league. It's all on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell. Hope you're having a great day. We're counting down the Falcons training camp. Woo! We are going to be there. And when I say we, the royal we. I'm talking about the morning shift, the steakhouse, Andy and Randy. Dukes and Bell, that's us. We will be broadcasting live at Hooters Mall of Georgia. And got to give a big shout out to one of our listeners. He works for Delta. His name's Alex. He was like, can't wait to see you guys Thursday. He's always up there, and we have a good
Alexa
time.
Hente, we love that guy.
We have a good time, man. So we're going to be out and about, but there's a lot going on today, and we're going to get to it and fill in all the blanks for you. We're getting ready for Atlanta United tonight, taking on Inter Miami. We've been talking about Messi, and by the way, Mike Conti and Jason Longshore will have the call for you. Longshore is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Just kind of set the scene and give us some more insight into this. But, Mike, you said there may be some movement in Congress with NIL?
Yeah, and apparently this is being worked for a number of months, and now they're making it known. Here's the bill. It's coming from the Senate side, and it's coming from Tommy Tuberville. Senator Tuberville, the junior senator from Alabama, and Joe Manchin from West Virginia, who's kind of a bipartisan dude in nature, for those who don't follow that stuff. It's a bill named at addressing name, image, and likeness. I put the link up at Mike Bell ATL. You can check it out. Protecting Athletes, School, and Sports. PSS, the PASS Act.
Okay.
Of 20. You always got to have an acronym. You got to make it simple. You got to have a nice snappy
people have to
acronym.
remember it.
Right. So the PASS Act. Provisions. What's it all about? Requiring agents and collectives to register with a regulating body.
I agree.
So we'll have the new NIL Boss League, whatever it is. Hopefully it's not the NCAA. It'll be something new.
Something else, yeah.
But establishing a public-facing website to publish anonymized, sorry, I was script this word, basically anonymous NIL data. All the stuff that you don't know. Yeah, it's anonymized. I'm screwing this word up. Chris, read the word and tell me how you pronounce it. I've been trying to read this thing for 5 minutes now.
Anonymized?
Anonymized, that's it. Basically, all the crap that's not transparent. Where's the money coming from?
Where's it going?
Where's it going?
Yep.
What exactly did the kid who's got the $500,000 deal, what exactly is this endorsement? So the stuff that's basically anonymous in nature or not transparent that would be out there, what it really means, and there's another piece, requiring all NIL contracts to be disclosed within 30 days.
Okay.
So you got something on there. It's got to be out there. And then one thing which I don't know if Tuberville threw this in and the old head coach came out in him, and I think this has no bearing on anything. They want to take away the leave anytime you want rule.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's requiring athletes to complete 3 years of residency at a given institution before you're eligible to transfer without penalty. And that would basically throw the transfer portal up basically off its axis.
Okay.
And that, to me, that's all Tuberville.
Oh, no doubt. That's his that's coaching background and all
And by
that
the way,
stuff.
I got no problem with Coach. He's always been great with us, but I just think we've already
Speak for yourself.
That cat's out of the bag. I don't know why we have to go back and now tell kids they can't go anywhere when college coaches can leave like that.
All right. Yeah, that's my biggest problem is now you want to limit the movement of kids when a coach could stay for 1 year and go. I don't agree with that. The portal is not the issue. I know they're trying to create guidelines to the portal, which we've said, and I'm fine with this, guardrails, however you want to describe it. But I don't think that's the answer, okay? What we don't talk about enough in the portal is the kids who don't get opportunities, who are still in it. Everybody believes you go to the portal. So Mike Bell's a big-time player at X college, and he wants to move on. He wants to go to the portal. There's no guarantee that Mike has a landing spot.
Right.
You just don't go in the portal and everybody gets landed where they want. So there's this myth about all these kids who have left and they've all gotten scholarships to go elsewhere. It is not true. So we don't talk enough about that aspect of things, Mike. The kids who are not getting the extra opportunities moving forward. And here's the other thing that you may not know. You may be on scholarship. You leave. You go in the portal. Mm-hmm. Coach comes to you and says, yeah, I'd love for you to come, but I can't give you a scholarship.
Yeah.
You got to come on your own. A lot of these kids are doing that coming out of the portal.
Or the gray shirt phenomenon.
Right? There's a lot more to this. Fix those issues much more than saying you can't have movement, because the movement is not the issue.
So, again, just to review, this is, again, coming from Tommy Tuberville and Joe Manchin, and it's coming from the Senate side. We'll see if this gets traction in the House. But requiring agents and collectives, you got to register. You got your Auburn or your Georgia collective, you're registered, whatever the clearinghouse or the sanctioning body is going to be, yet to be determined. Establishing a public-facing website to publish anonymized NIL data. Anonymous. that word's just killing me today. I said, it's just wrecking me. I'm thinking of Miss Barton, my English teacher. Michael, sound it out. Use it phonetically. anonymized NIL data, requiring all NIL contracts to be disclosed. And then, as we said, I think something which really, to Carl's point, no bearing on the big picture here, but coaches obviously in the legislative issue. Why does the SEC, why does Sankey and Saban go to Capitol Hill? Oh, we got to stop this transfer and stuff too, kids. Put that in the bill.
Yep.
Okay, coach.
Yep. Because
So
let's
there
think
you go.
about it. Well, think about this. The transfer portal is what's making college football an equal playing field.
That
Okay?
does, for all the guys saying that the NIL, like the other day, it was Lane Kiffin belly aching about, oh, he'll never be able to compete with that. The transfer portal, Brent Key is able to make Georgia Tech competitive thanks to the transfer portal. You're right. It does more to help.
It makes it an equal playing field. So guess what? If I'm Alabama and I have the top recruiting class in the country and now I have a kid that has to stay 3 years, it allows me, Mike, to dictate that even more so because I can still rack up the recruits.
Right.
The other schools who are going into the portal to gain an advantage can't do that anymore. So all of a sudden now, the schools that recruit great, Georgia's going to continue to recruit great, right? Mm-hmm. But it doesn't help, I don't know, pick a school, Vandy, okay? When they can go into the portal and say, hey, we can get a couple of guys that can come play for us, Kentucky, pick your team. It doesn't matter. I think that's a big deal because what you're trying to do is you're still trying to stay on top but change the rules to allow you to do it.
And the other thing is we've heard all the coaches, everybody from, you've heard Saban say what he's said. You've heard other coaches sound off on it. Who was it? The Oklahoma State coach was throwing it out there, Mike Gundy, about creating some kind of contract type situation. But you're right. Coaches can scram after this. These coaches hate the fact that a guy like a Bear Alexander, for instance, you get one of these top recruits, Carl, and he skates.
Yep.
And that's. But again, to me, that toothpaste is already out of the tube. You're going back in time. We all want to streamline it. The transparency about the contracts, I think that's something that most college fans and college players can get down with. The only thing I've been waiting to see is nobody's talking about taxing these kids making this money. And when does that come down the pike? I mean, I guess that's just simply their agents have to get their or whoever's repping their kids or repping the kids. That's the only thing.
If you're making over $10,000, you're getting taxed.
Right. Period.
So I mean, that's as far as I know. I mean, there's no escape clause there. And these kids, most of them, are making more than that.
See, this is the thing where I would also earmark something. I'd like to try to get something where you've got to have call it a compliance officer or somebody, financial assistance officer, so a kid who doesn't make the NFL doesn't blow through the $200,000 he makes in NIL and then finds himself owing the IRS $75,000 plus interest.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
It's fascinating, guys. We're going to keep an eye out, but this is some traction, okay, from the visits from coaches like Nick Saban and Greg Sankey saying, hey, we need help. We'll see if it gets moving any further. Let's talk about all the things that are going on with the Falcons today, guys. Falcons placed Calais Campbell on the non-injury list. Again, they can activate him at any time. It's not a concern or worry. At least it shouldn't be. And also, Mike, they bring back Miko Pruitt. And this is an interesting...
4 touchdowns last year.
But this is interesting because you go, wait a minute, don't we have enough good tight ends? And they bring him back. I guess you can never have enough good tight ends, but they bring him back. He's going to be a part of this thing. And then the other news today with the Falcons, and I don't know if this was a surprise or not. We didn't know where this was going to go at the running back position, but Caleb Huntley failed physical designation. They have waived him.
Yep, and it's a shame for him. Now, perhaps there'll be an injury settlement of sorts. Also found out Calais Campbell, as Carl mentioned, that's just simply older guy gets a couple days off. He was actually there for the mini camp work, so Calais Campbell's been committed. It's not like he's not there. He's been involved. You've already seen him showed up, so they're going to give him some time off because he's old, and this is most likely his last season. And you and I already debated, can I get 25 snaps out of this dude in a game? I'm pretty cool with that.
We're going to see. No worries there as guys report. Also, we mentioned, a lot of guys coming into camp today. I talked about Pitts. Need to see more out of Pitts. He's there. He's healthy. These are things that are good to start camp. Now, around the league, a couple of things happening, including Mike Von Miller, we mentioned this, is active. He's not on the PUP list, so that's great news for the Bills. A lot of people say, hey, maybe they go a different direction last year. Von Miller was available, but he's back and healthy. Also today, the Cowboys signed their star cornerback, Trayvon Diggs, 5 years, $97 million. That only translates to us because we've got a young corner in A.J. Terrell who at some point is going to get his bag. And if you say, well, what's that going to look like? Probably like this.
Maybe very similar. Maybe reset the market like Chris Lindstrom, perhaps, if it comes down a year later. Also found out Saquon Barkley, after all the talk that all the running backs got together, had a big Zoom meeting about, look, and I support these guys. They do the heavy lifting, but they don't seem to get the results or the rewards anymore. Saquon Barkley signs an incentive-laden deal. It gives him some signing bonus money, but it's basically just about $1 million more than what he would have gotten had he accepted the tender of the franchise tag.
Yeah, I get it because he gets a nice signing bonus up front. He still gets his $10 million. He gets some incentives, but I think the incentives are, I'm not going to say they're unrealistic, Mike, but he almost has to do what he did last year, but a little bit better, just to get the incentives. And then the other part of it is you don't get them unless they make the playoffs.
Right. And that's, to me, first off, with I'm like, if I'm Saquon Barkley, you see who our quarterback is? This cat. You know who built this thing? Me.
Yeah.
So you're going nowhere without me, and I got to trust this dude to get me in the playoffs in a division where you got the Eagles sitting pretty. Dallas probably going to have to make or break year for McCarthy. Very interesting. But yeah, he at the end of the day, it's what should he have done? If he takes the tag, they can still tag him in another year. And as we pointed out, there's nothing in here that he's doing the Giants a solid. They can still tag him after this season, Carl.
Well,
I would rather just get the tag done. Heaven forbid you tag me twice like Kirk Cousins got nailed. Problem is, when Kirk Cousins got tagged, the going rate was great for quarterbacks. As the running back salaries come down, to be tagged is no great shakes. That's why that's whole thing started in the first place.
Yeah, Saturday night or Saturday at some point, all the big-time running backs in the NFL got together. Not physically, right. Zoom, or however they were meeting, Google Meets, whatever. And there is speculation about, Mike, what was said in this meeting between guys like Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, all these guys on the call, right? Josh Jacobs. And they're saying that allegedly, this was like, what can we do as a group? And this isn't listen, they have the players union, but the running backs don't have a union within their own self. They can't just walk off the job and go, hey, none of these star running backs are going to play for their teams this year because we don't like the way things are going. They just can't do that.
No, that's what I was saying. I mean, we all empathize with these guys because for so many years, if you're an NFL fan, the running back was the second most important guy to the quarterback. It's just part of, how this team is built. You've got to have, I know everyone thinks it's a passing. Only Mahomes and the Chiefs can operate the way they do. Eagles were balanced. Tom Brady had Leonard Fournette. Everybody's got a running back of some measure, right? So in this case, they're screwed. Yeah, I feel for him, but I don't think anything's going to change. It's a strange phenomenon for the Derrick Henrys. Maybe because, Carl, the guys like Derrick Henry, they saw some of the production come down. I think there's unique situations in Tennessee. The quarterback play's not that great. The same. It's a chicken and the egg thing the Giants are going through.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to
Put
see.
8 guys in a box and stop Derrick Henry. Tannehill's not going to beat you when he was healthy.
I don't know where this goes, and maybe again things get different. But I don't know if Saquon got necessarily a better deal when they had offered 12 or 13 per. We don't know the length of the deal, and he decided to turn that down and said he was going to bet on himself. Hey, we're going to talk about Messi. Jason Longshore is there, along with Mike Conti. We're going to get the 411, the latest from what this looks like and the impact that Jason thinks he'll have. And we'll talk about the match as well. It's coming up at 7 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
This hour brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So much going on, but nothing bigger tonight than Messi and Inter Miami taking on Atlanta United. And we go down to Miami because we want to get the latest. Jason Longshore joins us. He's our analyst for Atlanta United. Mike Conti will have the call. And Jason, we just saw, or at least I did, a video of Messi walking into the stadium. And I was talking about this to Mike because Mike's been saying this for months now. The stadium situation is not the best. And I just got a glance at it. But he walks in with his teammates. Obviously, it's Messi. He's got the swag. Talk to us about the environment there and the stadium situation, first and foremost.
Well, it's interesting because we've been here before a few times, and it's a little different now than it was when we were here earlier this season, with a couple of additional stands in the corners across from our vantage point. Maybe an extra 1,000, maybe 1,500 fans that you can squeeze in there. Feels like few different things on the outside of the stadium as well. There were a lot of people here when we got here very early. That was different, and it's a buzz. I mean, it's just interesting being here and seeing what we're seeing with Lionel Messi and Sergio Busquets playing in a temporary stadium. I mean, for those of you who remember it, and Mike, you would know this really well, this was Lockhart Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. It's right on the ground of Lockhart Stadium was. That was a high school football stadium that the Fort Lauderdale Strikers did turn into a nice soccer stadium.
George Best played there, yes.
George Best, Ray Hudson, you have so many great players played here at that time, but it's a high school football stadium that is now a very new temporary but nice temporary stadium. It's just a crazy situation.
It is our guys, Jason Longshore and Mike Conti, as Carl mentioned with the call tonight. And speak about the combination, two Barcelona legends. Obviously, Messi is a stud. How are we going to struggle with Sergio Busquets making plays for Messi, and don't forget Joseph out there as well?
Look, everybody struggles against Messi and Busquets because they're great players. They are older, and that does open up some possibilities in how you deal with them. For me, and Gonzalo Pineda was so clear about this yesterday in media availability, the way that you deal with guys like that thrive with the ball is you don't let them have the ball. This is a team in Atlanta United that is third in MLS in possession. They need to have more than 55% of the ball tonight. Miami's a team who, even earlier in the season when they were struggling, they are a team who has always wanted the ball as well. But now when you have Busquets, who is one of the best ball-playing midfielders to ever grace a field, and Lionel Messi, who can pull magic tricks out on the dribble, you've got to play keep away with them. And when they do have it, you've got to try to force them wide. That's where Atlanta has to try to deal with them defensively, is wall off the middle of the pitch, make them go through the flanks, and keep the ball away from them so they get uncomfortable having to defend.
Is there any intimidation being, that you're playing the greatest soccer player in the world right now? Jason, guys always talked about playing Jordan. It was after his career that you knew you had to play against him, and there was this intimidation. You're a competitor, but you also knew what you might be in for. Do you feel like that is something that happens with Messi?
Yeah, and everybody deals with it differently. And it's the same against any great. I mean, Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, we can get into all that because there is a fear of being on a highlight reel. Absolutely, that's part of it. There's also, and I think a lot of people rise to the occasion when they play those kinds of players. But the thing that has always struck me when you talk about guys that are at that kind of a level, and Messi right now is absolutely in this, where what was a lot of the talk from the English media, for example, during the World Cup? Oh, he's just walking around. He's not doing anything. He's just walking.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what did he do? He was the best player in the tournament because what he does is he's never out of the play. he always knows what he's doing. He's not going to waste energy. He's done this for so long. He knows exactly where he needs to be. He's mapping the field out, and he knows where he wants to be in those moments to be dangerous. Doesn't matter if he walks or runs. You can't lose focus of guys like that because they will almost lull you to sleep. They'll, they won't have the ball in a couple of possessions. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, I can take a step away from him now. Nope, that's when he's going to punish you. And that's what you have to do to deal with him tonight.
Our man Jason Longshore, it sounds like a big party down there at Fort Lauderdale going on, brother. Everybody in pink getting it on. We saw what Messi did against Cruz Azul. Jason, it's one thing, to have them do the big announcement in the rain. They got 20,000 people just to see Messi show up. But then to respond in that moment, it was just, you couldn't have written a better script.
No, it was absolutely a Hollywood script. It was fascinating to see it all play out Friday night. And look, in that match, when you get into the entire match, this was a game where Cruz Azul was the better team. And Cruz Azul scored after Messi and Busquets came into the game. Looked like it was going to go to a draw and a shootout afterwards, and then Messi gets the opportunity that he does. Just highlights. And look, Miami's going to be in the same boat here because Thiago Almada is pretty good on set pieces. Right. You get late into this game, both teams are going to have to be really careful about fouling within 30 yards of goal because Almada or Messi can ruin your day.
It's Jason Longshore, analyst for Atlanta United. Tonight, Mike Conti and Jason will have the call for you. And it's a big-time feel. It just is. Everywhere you look, there's, this vibe that's going on. Jason, I wanted to ask you, we had on Garth Lagerwey earlier in the show. He sounded pretty confident, like he wants to do something before the transfer window closes. Do you have any idea what that might be?
There's been a lot of rumor about different players. The two that keep coming up are wingers. One of them feels very unlikely in Diego Rossi. The other is a player who is a winger for the Republic of Georgia national team who plays in Turkey. That one feels a little more realistic. That position, Mike Conti and I talked about it, I feel like a month ago on stoppage time, and I felt like that winger position who could tuck inside and maybe play, as we've seen Atlanta play with a 3-4-2-1 setup where the wingers are tucked in. You want somebody who can do that. You don't want just an old school winger who's going to stay out wide and just pump in crosses all day. You have Brooks Lennon who can overlap and get into those dangerous spots. You don't want two people in the same spot. So you need a winger who can give you something from playing inside as well. And both of those players fit that profile. I don't know what the timelines are looking like. I don't have my sources on the ground in Turkey, so I'm not able to help you there. If we're talking Argentine sources, I can tell you who to follow and who not to. Turkish sources, I got nothing.
I was thinking, we'll send 007 in Istanbul, Carl, from Russia with love.
Yeah.
Hey, man. So what do you think tonight, man? High-scoring affair?
Could be. It's going to be fascinating to see a couple of things for me this game's going to turn on. Like I said, Atlanta's got to force Miami wide as much as possible. But I want to see Thiago Almada in the first 15 minutes. It's been interesting in the United States. All the talk has been Messi, Tata, Joseph against Atlanta United. In South America, the conversation has been Thiago Almada versus Lionel Messi. World Cup winning midfielders playing against each other. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. I want to see how Thiago handles that. This is an opportunity where he knows that the world's eyeballs are going to be on this game, and he's very well known. He's not as well known as the one that a lot of people are turning in for, who might not know Atlanta United, might not know this competition, might not know MLS well, but they're going to tune in because of number 10 in pink. Well, they might walk out knowing about number 23 from Atlanta.
Let's hope so. Jason, have fun. You and Mike tonight. Looking forward to the call here. 7 o'clock, guys. Pre-game's coming up. And they got a lot to talk about, and it should be a fun match. Hey, man, appreciate you stopping by.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is, Jason Longshore. There's a lot, again, to unpack there, but the bottom line is he's bringing attention, Mike. He's bringing attention to the sport.
Right.
And again, if you're a casual fan, the question is how invested are you going to be? Because if you're going, well, I kind of want to check this out. Okay, well, maybe you stick and stay, and all of a sudden, Mike, you become an MLS fan because you like Messi. That I think is the goal with all these companies that are involved with Messi.
And it's so funny because we spent a lot of time today talking about one of our classic debates the last few months is an a la carte television, YouTube TV, so you can get the Sunday ticket. And then while Jason was giving us the preview, I looked at the weather on the phone. It's raining right now in Boston. They got thunderstorms. It's going to basically rain all through the 7 o'clock up to about 7:15, it looks like. So all of a sudden, Carl, I go, $39. Maybe I get on that Apple MLS subscription. Check that out tonight.
You might check it out?
I mean, just because it's Joseph and it's Tata and Messi and Busquets, and all of a sudden, again, if Jason was the hype man for Apple, mission accomplished. Because now all of a sudden I'm going, as one listener said, they prorated it, so you can get it for $39 right now. Not the worst deal.
Well, no, and it's cheaper than what we assumed it was when we were talking about this earlier. Hey, guys, we got to get to tonight's last call. Question's easy for you. What's the storyline or player you're most excited about, Mike, with the Falcons camp getting ready to open? I said this to Chris. I don't know about you, but this is as exciting as we've had to open a camp in a long time. Guys, even when the year we went to the Super Bowl, we weren't this excited. We thought they'd win a few games, maybe 7, 8, 9, and then they got off to a great start. And all of a sudden now, you're seeing us lead the league in scoring, and now we're a problem.
Right.
This is the most exciting that I think I've been in a long time. So what's the storyline or player you're most excited about as Falcons camp gets underway?
I mentioned his name earlier today because there was a lot of folks going, hey, what's it? Who? The kid from where? What about Nakobe Dean? What about Troy Anderson? Because now you're going to have a big defensive line in front to keep those other offensive linemen out of his way. And we saw this guy, remember at camp last year at times, the speed, and you saw it on TV last year.
Run.
Number 44 can move. So I want to see Troy Anderson become, something special at linebacker and validate that second-round draft pick.
All right, easy question for you, 404-726-0929. You can pick one storyline, you can pick a player, you can pick both. There's a lot going on with this team right now as they get ready to open training camp. 404-726-0929 is tonight's last call.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
Dukes and Bell, you know, Mike, we didn't get a chance because we had Jason on to talk about some of the other stories going on. Want to mention, if you haven't heard this story, Bronny James in stable condition out of ICU following cardiac arrest.
Scary.
LeBron James's oldest son practicing at USC yesterday, and this happened. So the Jameses, they've asked for privacy, obviously, LeBron and Savannah. But, yeah, man, I just hope they find out what caused this, and we'll see where this goes. But when I saw the story this morning, I was like, oh, that's nothing anybody ever wants to hear, Mike.
No. And, again, we said it earlier for guys, if you're of a certain age, you remember Reggie Lewis, there's situations where we talked about kids that, have like a pre-existing condition that doesn't get caught, before like summer football practice. Because Hank Gathers at Loyola Marymount comes to mind as well. Just hope that, again, here's Bronny. You'd think that Bronny certainly be available, the best medical attention would be available. And here's something, maybe if there is we don't know. Something that was pre-existing, now they're aware of it. Hope he is able to continue his career the way he wants to in college.
And the other story, as you guys are calling us at 404-726-0929, very easy tonight. What's the storyline or player you're most excited to follow as camp gets underway for the Falcons? The Jaylen Brown Record 5-year, $304 million Supermax extension. He remains a Celtic, but the numbers are mind-boggling, Mike, when you think about – and again, this is no disrespect, but if this goes to the best player in the NBA, you might not think twice about it. But I don't know if Jaylen Brown is considered to be the best player in the NBA, and that's why a lot of people are like, $304 million?
Yeah, I mean, he's not even the best, as you pointed out, best player on his team when you think about Jason Tatum. And, look, he is a key cog in that Celtics plan to get back to the championship, but 20th in scoring, 35th in assists. I knew the next guy up always resets the market, but, man, I always feel like if you're a football player, you picked the wrong job, man, unless you didn't have a jump shot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And again, I know this is home for Jaylen. He's got a lot of people here, guys I've ran into.
At Wheeler High School?
Correct.
Right.
Went to school with him. I just put it in context, and I said this. You know a guy that now is the highest paid player in NBA history. Right. Just to put it in context. All right, let's get to the phones. Let's grab Chris on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Chris, what's the storyline or player you're most excited to follow through camp as camp gets underway here?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
And I'm going to change it up a little bit. You guys know I'm in love with D. Riddy, the Cincinnati kid. But here's where I'm going, guys. I remember when Matt Ryan was at his height, he had a running back tandem of Coleman and Freeman. So I'm looking for Bijan, and I'm looking for Tyler Algier to continue to run the rock. It'll help the quarterback, and that running game will travel when we're in the playoffs in November, December, and January.
He's right about this. And let me ask you, Mike, do you think those two guys make Ritter star? Because he won't have to do as much.
Well, I mean, you go back and you look at guys that are in the Hall of Fame and you compare them to the guys that are considered the elite quarterbacks. I'm talking to you, Troy Aikman. When you've got a guy like Emmitt Smith and you've got guys like Jay Novacek and Mike, the playmaker, Michael Irvin, you got the greatest offensive line of the decade. Yeah. Pretty easy, isn't it? Can be pretty easy.
Yeah, it's true. Great stuff, Chris. Sweet, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man. It's simple for me. I want to see how Ritter's going to do. That's who I'm watching. Enjoy your show. Thanks, guys.
It's easy, but it's true. Like, it's easy for everybody around the country to go, Ritter. But it's true. They're not stretching. Right. There's nothing, not true about the idea that it may be the most important thing going into and coming out of camp. But I said this earlier, guys. 404-726-0929. You can chime in. Mike, I said, I don't know how much he plays in the preseason.
Well, I just think you got to give more reps, and I think that we as fan base are going to be judging every single throw, every single snap that he's got his hands on the football, because people want to see this kid shine. And heaven forbid that we don't get this done against Carolina, and Bryce Young comes in here and looks like a rock star.
It's a must-win.
I know that we're going to be hyping this thing up the yin-yang come Labor Day weekend moving forward, but yeah. I want to see more. I want to see as much Ritter as possible. That means 3 quarters, man, at least.
That's a must-win.
Yeah.
It's a must-win.
Because the fan base will go, this fan base, I'm on the fence, I'm on the bandwagon, I'm off the fence, I'm off the bandwagon,
It's a must-win. Bijan, give him the rock 30 times, Coach.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I don't care how we get it done. It's a must-win, Mike.
Let's not run the wheels off of Bijan. This cat's we got to validate this top pick here, man.
What do you mean?
I mean,
he's here to be used.
Yeah, let him turn him
35 times, Coach. Give it to him.
Turn him into McCaffrey. He's going to be walking around on one leg. I don't know about that.
Here you are like, whoa. Easy on the usage.
Ease back, play ball. You got Algier now. He can tote that rock. He can do some heavy lifting.
I want to see Bijan.
All right.
Manny, you're up next, man. Hey, man, what's going on?
What's happening, Chief? I mean, no, hey, man.
What's up, Manny?
It still sounds ridiculous. But anyway, the one I'm excited about the most is this coaching staff. They've got all these weapons now.
Uh-oh.
Now, Smith was supposed to be what he was in Tennessee. You got the weapons. I want to see you make something out of them.
All right. You know what? We hadn't even talked about this. Manny's right. We cannot dismiss that it seems like we have fixed all the talent issues and added to this team. And we underachieved, Mike. It's on the coaching staff.
Right.
It's not going to be on Ritter, and now he's not any good, and Bijan's not a good player. You can't do – Pitts is not any good. If we don't succeed, it's on this coaching staff. And listen, I'm not putting any extra added pressure on this coaching staff. These guys know. They're up there, Flyer Branch. You guys listen. But Manny is right, and it's something we really haven't addressed. We've been talking all about the players. How much better is the coaching on this team?
Right. And that's just something we've not talked. Fans don't want to hear it. Guys, 7-10, 7-10. Yeah, I just don't think people realize how bereft of talent this team was those past few years, Carl. Where one guy goes down on the offensive line, it's a shambles, right?
Yep.
And that's where we were. And that's not the case this year. We got depth on both sides of the football.
All right, man. Good stuff. Appreciate you guys. For me, by the way, it is Pitts. It's Pitts. He gave us one good season. He's given us one good season.
Is he going to give you 1,000 yards with all those weapons we got to share the wealth with?
Okay.
Bijan,
Pitts,
and Drake. I mean, this is where it gets interesting. And we talked about this with Bo Johnson earlier today. If you're a fantasy football owner and you're picking a lot of Falcons, other than Bijan, I don't know who's going to get that lion's share of the action. And I know you got to validate. You could argue, and Arthur Smith will say that's a false narrative, surface narrative. But when you draft skill position, those guys got to have an impact. Right?
They do, Mike. We're going to see. By the way, guys reporting today, and everybody, for the most part, is there getting ready, and there are no hiccups for the Falcons at this point. Calais Campbell, again, non-injury list, means nothing. Relax. He'll be fine. They can activate him at any time. So if you hear that and you're freaking out, don't. All right, we're coming back. We will hand things off to Mike Conti and Jason Longshore as we get ready for this match tonight.
I just ordered it on the Apple. I pressed the button.
You bought it? You bought it?
After all this belly aching about buying TV a la carte,
you bought it?
I just spent $49 to watch one soccer match.
Okay. Well, listen, it's like buying a ticket, Mike. It's like buying a ticket.
I guess you're right.
It's like buying a ticket.
My wife, if you're home, honey, get out all the coax and the HDMI. I don't know how this works.
It's on your TV. You
I don't know. I'm confused.
Hey, this hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital, guys. We're coming back. We'll tell you who's coming on the show tomorrow, and also we'll get ready for a big match tonight here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, big shout out to Jason Longshore. You're going to hear him with Mike Conti coming up here in just a few minutes as we get ready to hand things off. Mike, what, by the way, happens in this match tonight? What do you think?
Hopefully a lot of action, and hopefully Atlanta United comes out on top. But again, you got two of the most recognizable players in the world from formerly of Barcelona, amongst other stops along the way. But man, all eyes on Messi. Maybe Joseph does something tonight, or maybe I am Yorgos steps up to the plate. As you heard earlier from Jason, a lot of folks are waiting to see what Thiago Almada will do. All of Argentina will be tuning in to watch this. Be interesting.
Grant McCauley stopped by the show. Also, Garth Lagerwey, president of Atlanta United. If you want to go check out any of those interviews, you can at Odyssey.com. Tomorrow, T-Mac. Tracy McGrady stops by the show. Connor Riley will talk some dogs with us. They continue to rack up from the recruiting standpoint. Grant will be back. Rain delay, as Mike said earlier. Rain in the Boston area, so it may be pushed back just a little bit. But, Mike, I think they'll get this game in tonight.
Oh, certainly. It looks like it'll all be out of the way by about 7:30. If I'm reading this right from the National Weather Service. But either way, hopefully the Braves continue to just keep on rolling. Look, I'm not saying sweep the Sox, take 2 out of 3, and keep doing what you're doing.
All right, guys. Big shout out to Day Behind the Glass, our engineer, also Big Bo earlier today. Turtle, our executive producer, and Mike, we also got a chance to talk to a bunch of interns today. I want to give, because I know they're listening, I want to give them a shout out. We got a chance to address some folks that came into the building today, and it was cool to talk to them. They came in the studio, but I know a lot of them probably left here and were like, I want to go listen on the radio and see what this really sounds like.
You sure they weren't scarred by Squidbilly chaperoning them for 90 minutes?
You do have a good point there, Turtle.
It was interesting to hear Squidbilly say, now I am the assistant brand manager, and I've got to oversee this operation. It is tasking work.
Is that what he said?
Along with being the top-rated morning show co-host. It's difficult. It's many hats I wear, but...
But thank you guys.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, or crowns.
For coming through. And we hope you listen to us and, check us out and then tell your friends. All right, Mike, we got to get out of here, man. Atlanta United, Inter Miami on the way. Let's get out of here. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, we didn't get into this in Guy Talk, but they had a major ruckus down at FAMU in Tally the other day. An unauthorized video. I showed Carl the video during the commercial break, and dare I say, Tallahassee's real Boston Rishies send the Blitz video. Could be the worst thing that's ever been produced. But you can't do it on FAMU campus. There are a lot of lyrics and stuff in there that, needless to say, the administration was not happy with. Well, guess what? Rattler's going to rattle, because in the SWAC media days, they are the SWAC. No longer Jackson State. Picked to win the SWAC. Go FAMU, baby. Orange and green.
Hey, there are some people who believe that it can never happen at Georgia Tech. We had on Brent Key today, and I disagree with you. Guys, if you get the right coach, anything is possible. How long it takes, I don't know. But I'm willing to put some money down and say I think Brent Key is going to have success while he's at Georgia Tech. I'm willing to bet on it. Hey, we're back tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Make sure you're here. Enjoy the match. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you just stepped into the Shark's house wearing a yellow banana hammock.